The short sword was left behind by the father of the penalty, heavenly God, but it required the use of the heavenly alchemy in order to unravel the secret inside. The short sword was left behind by the father of the penalty, heavenly God, but it required the use of the heavenly alchemy in order to unravel the secret inside. You have helped me solve my many years of doubts. I will thank you. Although he looked very serious, but when he spoke, it gave off a very intimate feeling. Qin Xiang said, Devil-killing Divine Palace wants to start a war with H.E.L. Divine Palace, but main heavenly God told me to come here to find you. Why is this? Penalty, heavenly God put his hand on his shoulder, as he said with a stern expression, Do you really think it's that simple to slay a devil? He has had too many opportunities to declare war on H.E.L. Divine Palace over the years, but he has chosen to do it now, not just because of the matter with Devil Yang Valley. Qin Xiang indeed thought so, because back then, when he saw the devil-killing heavenly God, he was extremely furious and wished that he could exterminate him. But now, hearing the words of the penalty, heavenly God, he seemed to have another story behind it. He told you to come find me. Not only did he ask you to help me, he also asked you to do something. Only you were able to accomplish it. Penalty, heavenly God looked into the distance and sighed. You have pretty much learned the first style of his 7 devil-slain kung fu, so he has very high expectations for you. He wants me to do something. Qin Xiang realized that the war between the devil-killing heavenly God and the H.L. Divine Palace might just be a pretense. To the infernal realm. Penalty, heavenly God's words startled Qin Xiang. Seeing Qin Xiang's shock, he added on, There's something scary hidden in H.E.L. Devil Emperor's H.L. He originally arranged for Zhu Chao to go there, but now he has a better candidate. Going to H.E.L. to look for things, Qin Xiang suddenly felt apprehensive that was H.E.L. Devil Emperor's territory. Don't worry, when the time comes, H.E.L. Devil Emperor will definitely bring his strongest power to fight, so there won't be anyone that is too powerful in H.E.L. You can handle them. Penalty, heavenly God took out a large piece of paper and spread it on the ground. This is the map of the infernal realm. When the time comes, you need to go to the residence of the H.E.L. Devil Emperor in the infernal realm. You need to find a black hexagonal disc around the size of a palm in his residence. The penalty, heavenly God pointed to a certain place, which was the residence of the H.L. Devil Emperor. Then he took out a disc with a pointer on it. He pa-s, said the disc to Qin Xiang. Go to the residence of the H.E.L. Devil Emperor and walk around. As long as you see the array turning, the hexagonal disc will be around. After Qin Xiang received it from him, he said, Can't we just directly have Zhu Chao go there? He's so strong. He'll definitely be successful. I'm not even a profound God. Your camouflage and concealment skills are better than Zhu Chao's, and because your cultivation is not high, you can easily hide your presence, preventing the DS and H.E.L. from discovering you. Moreover, you know how to test your spatial strength, so you're better than Zhu Chao. The penalty, heavenly God said, Zhu Chao is very strong when fighting with the H.E.L. Divine Palace. You can also reduce the number of casualties. Penalty, heavenly God actually colluded with devil-killing Divine Palace to do such a thing. One could tell with one look that this wasn't something devil-killing heavenly God wanted penalty, heavenly God to do. Just what is a hexagonal disc? Is it very important? Qin Xiang was very curious about this. Penalty, heavenly God nodded his head. It's very important and also very dangerous. This is exactly what H.E.L. Devil Emperor is using to find a lot of S.P.A.C. amongst the demons, and then using this thing to control those demons. Other than that, there are also some other frightening powers that cannot be left in his hands, otherwise DS realm will be in great danger. Chen Xiang had seen those demons before. He never thought that the L Devil Emperor used this kind of thing to get it. Now he understood why the devil-killing Heavenly D and the penalty Heavenly D teamed up with each other. All right, when can I set off? Chen Xiang suddenly felt that his mission was too difficult. Only by taking that thing would he be able to prevent the L Devil Emperor from possessing powerful strength. Penalty Heavenly D said, stay here for a few days. As long as there is a war, I will send you to HELL. Although HELL Devil Emperor will lead his powerful subordinates to war, there will definitely be guards in HELL, so you must be careful. After penalty Heavenly D left, Long Shui said in a low voice, I have an impression of that hexagonal disc. It was a terrifying divine weapon refined by AGOD and had been banned in the past. I didn't expect it to be in the hands of the HELL Devil Emperor. The GOD weapon used by the Supreme Being would definitely be even more terrifying. In the next few days, Qin Xiang familiarized himself with the first stage of the 7 devil-slain Kung Fu. He originally wanted to cultivate the GOD murdering sword techniques, but he did not expect that he was not able to do so right now. The GOD murdering sword techniques was extremely profound, and it was not something that could be released by chance, so he firmly believed that it was related to his fusion of divine deity. Since the penalty Heavenly GOD came, it meant that the war between them had started. It's starting. I'll send you to HELL now. Be careful. You should be familiar with the map. Penalty Heavenly GOD took out an array disc. He was a penalty Heavenly GOD and could freely enter HELL, bring that hexagonal disc back with this formation plate. Penalty Heavenly GOD made Qin Xiang stand on top of the small formation plate. Long Shui had already entered Qin Xiang's serene dragon ring, and since she wanted to go with Qin Xiang, penalty Heavenly GOD was not opposed to it. I'll wait for him. Penalty Heavenly GOD opened the array disc, sending Qin Xiang away. Qin Xiang disappeared along with the transmission array plate and appeared in a dark place. This place was filled with evil energy and black fog. Fortunately, I didn't come here because I was dead. Qin Xiang looked at the surrounding terrain and quickly confirmed his location. Following the route on the map, he said through a few tall mountains full of bones and saw a blood-red ocean. This was the Blood Sea of HELL. The residence of the HELL Devil Emperor was located on an island in the Blood Sea. Qin Xiang stood at the and took out a pearl that emitted a white light. The control pearl floated above the blood. The blood that rose and fell was extremely thick, and there were even many skeletons trying to grab it. Only bones are left, and he can still move. Qin Xiang withdrew the pearl of light, and it seemed as if it had risen into the sky as it flew above the sea of blood. Long Shui said, Penalty Heavenly GOD said before, the most dangerous place is HELL Devil Emperor's Island. It would be best if you don't go up there directly. You should go near first and observe for a while before you enter the island. Qin Xiang had the same plan, but he had to hurry up because he did not know how long HELL Devil Emperor would fight for. If he dragged things out too long, it would be troublesome if HELL Devil Emperor suddenly returned. Several hours later, he finally cautiously flew to the small island. When he came, he met several waves of infernal guards patrolling the island. It wasn't that he couldn't beat them, but he was afraid of alarming them, so he had to carefully avoid them. After seeing the island from afar, he immediately activated Heaven Tour method to observe the situation on the island. What made him more happy was that the infernal guards on the island were all wearing an iron mask, so he couldn't see anyone. Qin Xiang used the transformation technique according to the size and the items that the infernal guards had on their bodies. He made himself look exactly like the infernal guards, imitated the aura of the infernal guards, and then flew towards the island. The majority of the L demons were patrolling alone, and only when there was a sea of blood would they have a small party. Therefore, when Chun Seong landed on the island, he did not attract much attention. Now, Chun Seong was bravely approaching the L Devil Emperor's palace. That was a huge square structure built from huge black rocks. It was about 300 meters tall and located in the middle of the island in all 4 directions. Chun Seong circled around the demon palace a few times, and after finding an opportunity, he turned into a wisp of black mist and entered through the gap in the door. This eye was originally dark, so Chun Seong thought that the interior of the underworld palace was dark as well. Who would have thought that the interior was very bright? L Devil Emperor doesn't like this pitch black either, so he ended up like DS realm in his own palace. The moment Chun Seong entered, he saw a large green plain. In front of him was a clear river that flowed slowly, and not far away was a forest of pavilions. Chun Seong released a few divine souls to investigate and found out that there were not many people inside, so he was relieved to fly towards the group of pavilions. Isn't there anyone guarding this place? L Devil Emperor was careless. It was impossible for Chun Seong to pretend to be a guard even if he wanted to. It was because he couldn't find them after searching for a few times. For safety's sake, Chun Seong had once again become a demon guard, and then took out the disc with a pointer given by the penalty Heavenly God. He had just taken it out when the finger formation began to move. No matter which direction he turned in, the finger formation would always point in one direction. Everything went smoothly, but Chun Seong was not happy. This was the residence of the L Devil Emperor. He would not be able to get a hold of it so easily. He could only follow the direction of the needle vigilantly. Chun Seong shuttled through the group of pavilions. He originally thought that he would find someone from the tallest pavilion in the center, but that was not the case. Halt! Chun Seong suddenly heard a cold shout. It was actually a woman's voice. What surprised him was that his spatial perception was actually unable to sense it. What are you doing here? The infernal guards aren't allowed to enter, so they aren't allowed to enter. Who allowed you to enter? Show me your proof. The woman who was hiding somewhere asked. Chun Seong did not answer. He did not know how to reply. Just as he was thinking of a way, a woman in a black robe appeared in front of him. You trace Ba said into the demon palace. Go down to the 18th level of HELL. The lady did not wait for Chun Seong to explain, as a long spear suddenly appeared in her hands and pierced towards Chun Seong's chest. Chun Seong immediately teleported away, distancing himself from this dangerous woman. If you aren't an infernal guard, then who the HELL are you? The lady said coldly, but she could no longer feel Chun Seong's chi. Chun Seong felt that being discovered by the woman just now was because he was too obvious. That was why she was able to see him from afar. Now that he had hidden himself, the woman could no longer discover him. After Chun Seong hid himself, he stood there motionlessly. The black-robed woman was extremely sensitive, otherwise he would have already turned into a fly and flew away. After Chun Seong hid himself, he stood there motionlessly. The black-robed woman was extremely sensitive, otherwise he would have already turned into a fly and flew away. I have released the SPAC domain. As long as I don't move, I will definitely not be discovered. Chun Seong did not even dare to release his consciousness to investigate in case the black-robed woman discovered him. Originally, he had planned to wait for this woman to leave this place for a period of time before making his move. Who knew that he would suddenly be caught? Don't think that I can't discover you. When Chun Seong heard the black-gowned woman's cold shout, he knew who had grabbed him. He never expected that there was actually someone who could pull him out from his SPAC domain. He didn't understand what was going on. The most important thing right now was to get rid of this woman, or else he would fail this mission. He immediately channeled his extremely strong spatial energy and broke free from the woman's imprisonment. he discovered that this woman used a strange spatial energy. Fortunately, he had used a large amount of spatial energy to break free earlier, otherwise he would have definitely failed. Just as Chen Xiang teleported, he sensed a very violent power rush. Plussing towards him. He was not in a hurry to dodge, and his chest was struck by that power, causing him to feel pain all over. Who exactly are you? What are you here for? The black-robed woman didn't take out a weapon as she appeared behind Chen Xiang like a ghost. She didn't try to grab Chen Xiang now because when she attacked him earlier, she had already determined that Chen Xiang wasn't very strong. If she was very strong, then that move of hers simply could not injure Chen Xiang at all. At the very least, Chen Xiang's strength was below hers. Chen Xiang did not reply. All he wanted to do now was to quickly escape from the black-robed woman, and after taking that palm, he stabilized his body before teleporting away. Now he felt like a mouse being played with by a cat. You won't be able to escape. With your tiny bit of spatial energy, you think you can escape from me? The woman in black smiled in disdain. Chen Xiang had already broken through spatial power before and was already very strong. He could even break through the powerful spatial seal. But in front of the black-robed woman he seemed so powerless, which caused him to be extremely shocked in his heart. Since he couldn't escape, he could only go all out. Chen Xiang immediately threw out an explosive flame pill from behind him. With a bang sound, he could sense that the woman in black was not by his side. He immediately teleported again, but his vision suddenly went black. "Humph, you angered me." The black-robed woman stood in front of Chen Xiang, her body emitting an imposing manner, as a large hole appeared in the black robe that she was wearing. This was what Chen Xiang had exploded with the explosive flame pill. Chen Xiang glanced inside the big hole and saw a small piece of snow-white skin with an extra faint red color. It should have been caused by the explosive flame pill. Can it be that this fellow is an Empyrean god? How can he be so powerful? Groaned in his heart. If he fell into the hands of a heavenly god, and was proficient in spatial techniques, it would be hard for him to escape. Seeing that the lady was about to go berserk, Chen Xiang thought of something and anxiously bowed. "Big sister, please calm your anger. I was just curious for a moment. I came in to take a look, but I did not expect to meet such a strong expert who is proficient in spatial techniques, and a woman at that. I am so tithe that I want to try and see if I can escape from Big Sister's hands." Chen Xiang saw that everything around him was pitch black and knew that he had fallen into her SPAC domain. In her SPAC domain, he was even more weak. The black-gowned woman had wanted to raise her hand to help Chen Xiang, but after hearing Chen Xiang's words, she stopped and kept her SPAC domain. Chen Xiang was very weak, but she could use spatial energy quite well. This also attracted her interest because she rarely made any achievements in the field of spatial energy. Don't think that you can deceive me just like that. You must have other motives for sneakily barging in. It's only for the sake of curiosity. I can't do this kind of nonsense. The black-gowned woman walked to Chen Xiang and tore off his mask. She only saw a very ordinary face. Chen Xiang had long since changed his appearance. If the woman in black knew that he was Chen Xiang, he would be in even more danger. The black-gowned woman looked at Chen Xiang's face carefully and let out a few sneers before patting him on the cheek. Her jade hand released a soft purple light and gently caressed Chen Xiang's face and released waves after waves of white light. "Chen Xiang, it's really you." The woman in black chuckled, then took off her mask. "I didn't expect you would deliver yourself to me." "It's you." Chen Xiang shouted in shock. The lady in front of him was none other than May Emperor. Why was the May Emperor here, and why was she so powerful? He could not understand why the current May Emperor was completely different from the one he had seen before. Although they had the same face, their temperament and strength were completely different. "You know me." The black-robed woman's question also confused Qin Xiang. If she wasn't May Emperor, why would she have taken off her mask? And if she was, why did she ask that? Now, Qin Xiang realized that the May Emperor in front of him did not have that kind of strong charm power. It was indeed not the May Emperor that he knew before. "I've seen a woman who looks exactly like you. I thought it was her." Qin Xiang said, "Why are you taking off your mask? Although your face is beautiful, it isn't enough to turn my divine soul upside down." The black-clad woman replied, "The woman you're talking about, is she called May Emperor?" She saw Qin Xiang nod his head and said, "That useless thing using my appearance will be so useless. I will bring her back to the furnace later." He suddenly felt that the black-gowned woman in front of him was not simple at all. May Emperor was something that was created by the 9 divine kings back then. Could it be that this black-gowned woman was related to the 9 divine kings? You probably aren't one of H.E.L. Devil Emperor's subordinates. What's your relations? H.I. plus P with him? Qin Xiang asked. Of course, I'm not one of the subordinates of the H.E.L. Devil Emperor. With just trash like him, he's not even worthy enough to bring me shoes. The black-gowned woman laughed contemptuously. Her face was full of arrogance. She suddenly grabbed Qin Xiang's arm and walked towards a pavilion. In just a few moments, Qin Xiang was brought inside the pavilion by her and fiercely thrown onto a chair. Qin Xiang suddenly thought of something, and then boldly asked, "Are you the real younger 9 girl?" Because younger 9 girl was invaded by the evil consciousness that year, who was abandoned by the 9 divine kings, and later on, it became a disaster that was everywhere in the May Emperor. The mysterious woman in front of him had said that the May Emperor was a useless thing that could be turned around at any time. This meant that the May Emperor was a substitute I.Toot that she had created, and a substitute I.Toot that had self-awareness. Normally, she wouldn't control the May Emperor, but the substitute I.Toot's subconscious had its own mission to complete. The mysterious woman in front of him had said that the May Emperor was a useless thing that could be turned around at any time. This meant that the May Emperor was a substitute I.Toot that she had created, and a substitute I.Toot that had self-awareness. Normally, she wouldn't control the May Emperor, but the substitute I.Toot's subconscious had its own mission to complete. The elder 9 girl was indeed Feng Yujie, and Feng Yujie had said that she was also very powerful back then. Her second divine deity and divine soul were also located in that grave, and her peak strength should be at the level of the G. ODS, maybe even stronger. The girl in front of Qin Xiang was very strong, and she called H.E.L. Devil Emperor trash. That's right, even Big Sister doesn't know about this. How could you have guessed it? A sliver of surprise appeared on the woman's charming face. It seems that the useless thing has bewitched her for many years. Elder sister is still that stupid. Qin Xiang felt a lot more at ease. At least, the younger 9 girl in front of him was not as evil as he had imagined. Since you called her big sister, why did you use a double to give her trouble? Every time she mentions you, she's very sad. Don't you guys have any feelings for each other? Qin Xiang believed that there must be a secret behind all of this. Younger 9 girl's expression changed, becoming extremely vicious as he said angrily, "You don't need to care about this matter. I can't let her know my situation yet. So in order to keep it a secret, I won't let you go back." Qin Xiang curled his lips. "Wouldn't it be even more straightforward if you killed me?" "I will kill you, but not now. You are the biggest hindrance to my plan, and if not for you letting that trash H.E.L. Devil Emperor fail so many times in a row, my plan would have succeeded a long time ago." Qin Xiang scrunched his legs. He realized that he was still the most important person to younger 9 girl. If not, he would have been killed a long time ago. He laughed. "What plan? Since I can make the H.E.L. Devil Emperor lose so much, maybe I can make you succeed. Why don't I help you? From how anxious you are, your plan should have started when the 9 divine kings disappeared." Younger 9 girl. Younger 9 girl is not something you can call me. Just call me one more time, and I'll cut off your tongue. Younger 9 girl. glared at Qinxiang. Regarding Qinxiang's previous suggestion, she was also considering it now. Although Qinxiang's strength is very weak, his ability is not small, and he has already grasped the two taboo magic-s, the D-murdering sword techniques, and the heavenly alchemy. What are you doing here? Isn't it the battle between the devil-killing Divine Palace and the H-E-L Divine Palace right now? How can I let you go? Even if the old demon destroyer wanted to destroy this place, he should have called his son here. He shouldn't have brought you here. Younger Nine Girl was very curious about this. She folded her arms across her chest and walked back and forth in front of him. She was already moved and wanted to cooperate with Qinxiang. Qinxiang was secretly delighted. Obviously, Younger Nine Girl did not know that there was a powerful hexagonal disc in H-E-L Devil Emperor that was working with her on this, and there was definitely a reason why he was hiding things like this from her. I came here to look for something. I know that the H-E-L Devil Emperor has a very powerful treasure, so I pretended to go into closed-door cultivation for the next few days. The moment they started fighting, I would sneak over. Qinxiang planned to tell Younger Nine Girl about the hexagonal disc, but he would never say that it was devil-killing Heavenly G-O-D and his wife who had sent him here. What treasure? As expected, Younger Nine Girl didn't know. You don't know. I thought this treasure had something to do with you. Qinxiang purposely revealed a face of surprise. He felt that the good days in H-E-L Devil Emperor were coming to an end. Speak. Younger Nine Girl shouted. Qinxiang anxiously said, It's a hexagonal disc. I heard that he used this stuff to get a lot of demons and can control them. Other than that, the hexagonal disc has many other powerful effects. When Qinxiang was speaking, Younger Nine Girl's delicate body started trembling, with an angry look on her face. She took out a drawing of a hexagonal disc and angrily said, Is it this? Qinxiang had never seen the hexagonal disc before, but it was very clear that this was the picture. He nodded immediately. It's this. You actually don't know that it is in H-E-L Devil Emperor's hands, and normally H-E-L Devil Emperor cannot bring it away, so it should be here. This be A-S-T-A-R-D already obtained the 6 realms mirrors. He actually intends to keep it for himself. Younger Nine Girl was furious to the extreme. I must eliminate him. Seeing the Younger Nine Girl so angry, joy blossomed in Qinxiang's heart, and he hurriedly said, Big sister, don't be angry. The H-E-L Devil Emperor should be afraid of you. But since he dared to take such risks, I think he must have someone to rely on. The Younger Nine Girl quickly calmed down. How do you know that the 6 realms mirrors is in his hands? I found out about it when I got the G-O-D-murdering sword techniques. That guy said that it's very likely that the 6 realms mirrors is in H-L-L, so I took the chance to come over now. Qinxiang casually made up a reason. Only now did he know that the hexagonal disc was called the 6 realms mirrors, and it seemed to be very powerful. That's right, the 6 realms mirrors is already damaged and needs to absorb a large amount of the 6 paths of reincarnation to repair it. As such, the H-E-L Devil Emperor is usually unable to take it away either, as long as the 6 realms mirrors is far from the 6 paths of reincarnation. It will quickly be damaged. He should have been secretly repairing it for a long time. Younger Nine Girl gave a cold laugh, then asked Qinxiang in a loud voice, Who transferred the G-O-D-murdering sword techniques to you? This. I also don't know who that guy is, but he said that he and I are fated to meet, so he set it down to me. Right, this guy is very strong, and he even knows about heavenly alchemy S and heaven-earth killing method S, Qinxiang said. Younger Nine Girl immediately fell into deep thought. She thought for a while, then shook her head. I have never heard of such a thing, the 4 great taboo magic in the history. You are the only one who has ever owned 2 sections. Qinxiang chuckled. Sister Xiaojiu, my relations. H-I plus P with Sister Feng is also very good. As long as you don't do any evil deeds, I am very willing to cooperate with you. Oh, right, you have been here for so many years. Could it be that you want H yell, El Devil Emperor to help you find the 6 realms mirrors. Younger 9 girl nodded. I wanted him to help me find the 6 realms mirrors. I promised him, as long as he could help me find it, I would give him 3 pieces of upper heavenly G. Oh, D's divine deity. Chun Xiang curled his lips. This guy has already found him, but he said that he didn't, and said that I had obstructed him multiple times, and that the 6 realms mirrors is right here. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't even know. You would have found it soon. And it's all thanks to me. Look, you haven't even said that you want to cooperate with me, and I've already found half of it for you. The 6 realms mirrors was here, but she didn't know where younger 9 girl was. She had already sent out her consciousness to look around. The younger 9 girl snorted and said, You can talk after you find one. I won't treat you unfairly. Qin Xiang shook his legs and laughed. 3 pieces of upper heavenly G. Oh, D's divine deity. Now that there was such a good opportunity to earn divine deity, Qin Xiang would naturally not let it go. Of course, he did not forget that his goal here was to retrieve the 6 realms mirrors, so the penalty heavenly geode did not tell him its name. Now that there was such a good opportunity to earn divine deity, Qin Xiang would naturally not let it go. Of course, he did not forget that his goal here was to retrieve the 6 realms mirrors, so the penalty heavenly G. Oh, D did not tell him its name. Now he could no longer bring the 6 realms mirrors back. The younger 9 girl in front of him was unfathomably strong. He could control him with a single finger, and there was no chance for him to do so. As long as the 6 realms mirrors did not fall into the hands of the El Devil Emperor, he could be considered to have completed most of his mission. What? You're willing to pay El Devil Emperor, but you're not willing to give it to me. What's more, El Devil Emperor betrayed you. Chun Xiang saw that the younger 9 girl was hesitating and urged, Hurry up and make your decision. That 6 realms mirrors is extremely important to you. What is there to be reluctant about? Furthermore, you and I are not mortal enemies. We are just having a little conflict. Younger 9 girl said in a deep voice, Don't think that you know a lot by yourself. You actually don't know anything. Do you think that my matter will be that simple? Chun Xiang had already been thinking about this issue a while ago, and from the looks of it, it really wasn't controlled by the younger 9 girl. Back then, the reason the 9 divine kings decided to seal the supreme G, debone away should also be because the matters of the younger 9 girl were too complicated. In other words, the 6 realms mirrors is not something that you need. Chun Xiang wanted to know more. It was clear that the power behind the younger 9 girl was the one that caused him to disappear all those years ago. Younger 9 girl's attitude towards Qin Xiang became much better, and he said, That's right, with my current strength it's not easy to obtain 3 upper heavenly G. D's divine deity S that I can use whenever I want. Qin Xiang could tell that younger 9 girl had a lot of things he wanted to say, but he couldn't say them. Seeing Chun Xiang's regretful expression, younger 9 girl said, Even though I can't give you 3 divine deity S, I can give you other rewards. Chun Xiang chuckled. You can threaten me easily if I don't help you find it. You'll kill me. Wouldn't that be even easier? The younger 9 girl said coldly, Do you think I am that kind of person? A lower G. D's divine deity, I won't do it. Qin Xiang spread out his hands. Of course I do. Do I have any choice now? I just want to quickly leave this Ned place. With that, Qin Xiang stood up and brought her outside, walking towards a direction. Originally, he planned to look at the mysterious faces of the people who controlled the younger 9 girl, but after thinking about it, that was a powerful force that could even bring down the 9 divine kings. If he continued to be curious, that would be courting death. Qin Xiang followed the direction of the finger formation and arrived at a place at the edge of the demon palace. There was an old mansion here. He pointed inside. It should be here. Younger 9 girl opened the door, and just as he stepped in, he immediately retreated. His face was extremely serious as he shouted at the door, Who is inside? After a short while, an old voice that was neither hurried nor slow came from within. Younger 9 girl, you really did find this place. Hel. El Devil Emperor is still unable to hide anything from you. Hearing the voice, the younger 9 girl said in shock, Big! Eldest senior brother, how could it be you? Qin Xiang was also surprised. The old man inside was younger 9 girl's big senior brother. That meant younger 9 girl should have a master. Wasn't that master a very powerful old monster? The 6 Realms Mirrors is still in recovery period. Master told me to come here and guard it. I guarantee that nothing will happen to them. That old voice carried a few sneers. You should know what's going on by now. Younger 9 girl immediately shook his head and shouted involuntarily. I don't understand. Since you all have already found the 6 Realms Mirrors, why didn't you tell me and even allowed me to continue searching? Why are you all hiding this from me? Qin Xiang felt that something was wrong. When he wanted to leave quickly, he found that his surroundings and the younger 9 girls were all red. They had fallen into the old man's domain. We don't trust you. If you find the 6 Realms Mirrors, you definitely wouldn't give it to us. So we did it. Qin Xiang suddenly saw an old man appearing in front of younger 9 girl. He was an old man with a head of red hair and a face covered in wrinkles. The old man looked at Qin Xiang, then said to younger 9 girl, You don't need to care about this matter. Just treat it as our test to you. You being unable to find the 6 Realms Mirrors for so long also proves that you're not much of a threat. Qin Xiang was standing behind younger 9 girl, and when she suddenly clenched her jade fists, she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Younger 9 girl was extremely angry because she had spent a lot of time on this matter, but did not expect it to turn out like this. What? You dare to be angry with me? Seeing younger 9 girl's killing intent, the old man frowned and his voice became gloomy. At this time, younger 9 girl was looking at the old man with a vicious gaze, her tightly clenched jade fists slightly trembling. I hate that look. The red-haired old man shouted angrily as he raised his old, skinny hands and slapped younger 9 girl in the face. Hearing the clear slapping sound, Qin Xiang knew that the situation was bad and retreated quickly. Sure enough, younger 9 girl was already so angry that she could not hold back anymore. Her beautiful body released waves after waves of terrifying aura, and her black hair started to dance about, venting out her endless anger. Old B-A-S-T-A-R-D, younger 9 girl shouted Hoa, R-S-Ili. His fist shot out like lightning, striking the red-haired old man's face and releasing a deep purple glow. I'm going to smash your face today. Younger 9 girl waved his hands, and a few purple light wrought tans appeared, binding the red-haired old man who was Russ. H-I, plussing over. The red-haired old man's red domain instantly shattered, turning him into the younger 9 girl's purple S. P-A-C domain. Little B-I-T-C-H, what are you doing? The red-haired old man did not expect the younger 9 girl to be so powerful. He was shocked. Younger 9 girl gnashed his teeth and said, You have beaten me for so many years. I will return it to you now. As she spoke, a long whip filled with black thorns appeared in her hand. With a few schwa-schwa sounds, she whipped the red-haired old man's face a few times. You're dead. Master will be here soon. The red-haired old man grinned fiendishly. It's too late for you to kill me now. Although your strength has exceeded my expectations and is even a lot stronger than mine, it won't be that easy for you to kill me. If I were you, I would run far away right now. Hurry and take the 6 Realms Mirrors away. Younger 9 girl anxiously shouted to Qin Xiang. Her hands slapped the old man's face back and forth, and in that instant she had whipped him hundreds of times. Qin Xiang anxiously walked into the house. Younger 9 girl formed a seal with his hands, as though he was going to use a powerful technique. The 6 Realms Mirrors has already consciously absorbed the 6 divine powers and is repairing itself. Let alone this little demon. Even if Master were to come, it would not be easy to take away. The red-haired old man was very calm, although he was very angry in his heart when he thought about how the younger 9 girl would not be able to escape and how he would definitely be captured and fiercely retaliated. He felt a lot more at ease. The 6 realms mirrors has already consciously absorbed the 6 divine powers and is repairing itself. Let alone this little demon. Even if Master were to come, it would not be easy to take away. The red-haired old man was very calm, although he was very angry in his heart when he thought about how the younger 9 girl would not be able to escape and how he would definitely be captured and fiercely retaliated. He felt a lot more at ease. Chen Xiang did not listen to his nonsense. After Russ, plussing into the house, he saw a black hexagonal mirror floating above a pool that was flickering with white light. That pool of sparkling white light should be the 6 streams of divine power. Chen Xiang floated over. He grabbed onto the 6 realms mirrors with both of his hands, but he could not move it even an inch. He became extremely anxious and asked Long Shuai, "What do we do? This thing is not easy to take away. The red-haired old demon's master is coming over. It must be AG. Oh, D, quick, drip some blood." Long Shuai said anxiously, "It's not ordinary blood. This blood was forced out from your supreme G. Oh, D-bone." Chen Xiang immediately did as he was told and immediately forced out a drop of blood from the inside of his skeleton. This drop of blood was not red in color, but rather silvery white and contained a very dense amount of energy. After the drop of D's bone landed on the 6 realms mirrors, a silver white light flashed explosively. Seeing this kind of light, Chen Xiang was shocked because this light was the same as the protector D's light emitted by the Chaos Fire token. It was even stronger than the protector D's light. Quickly use the devouring magic kung fu. Help 6 realms mirrors absorb the 6 divine powers. Long Shuai said again. All of these things suddenly appeared in her mind. After Chen Xiang sensed the connection between him and the 6 realms mirrors, he was ecstatic. At the same time, he channeled his devouring magic kung fu and quickly absorbed the 6 streams of divine powers. When absorbing, it was not completely used to repair the 6 realms mirrors, but to store a large amount of the 6 paths of divine powers into the 6 realms mirrors, and then wait for the 6 realms mirrors to absorb the stored divine powers in order to repair itself. Chen Xiang had to admit that this 6 realms mirrors was indeed very mysterious and was not an ordinary divine tool. With his assistance, the speed at which the 6 realms mirrors was absorbing the 6 divine powers was extremely shocking, like swallowing the ocean, and he could clearly feel its speed. Have you taken it out yet? If you can't, then hurry up and leave. The highest devil D is coming. The younger 9 girl outside shouted anxiously. She did not plan to abandon Chen Xiang and run away by herself. This made Chen Xiang feel very touched. Chen Xiang shouted, "Give me some more time." The red-haired old demon laughed savagely. "Stop struggling. Just obediently wait for Master's arrival. By then, you'll know what it means to rather die than to live." Just as he finished laughing, Chen Xiang teleported in front of him. He had already succeeded. The 6 realms mirrors had already fused into his body. Even the red-haired old demon could not see it. "Don't you want to kill him?" Chen Xiang asked. The red-haired old demon had already been tormented by the younger 9 girl to the point of being insatiable, but he did not die. "It's very difficult to kill. He has the highest devil D's spirit energy to protect his body. His bones are very firm and hard to break. His divine soul are even more so tightly protected." Just as younger 9 girl finished speaking, Chen Xiang took out his D slaughtering sword and sliced the grinning red hair into 8 pieces, then sprinkled a large amount of D eclipse powder towards the head. It's actually the supreme divine sword, and there's also the D eclipse powder. Chen Xiang had already activated soul-absorbing devil spell and devouring magic kung fu on him, taking away his divine deity in large numbers, then used his spatial energy to seal it up and keep it in the ring. Qin Xiang never thought that things would go so smoothly. He had done this before. He never thought that it would be so easy to deal with the red-haired old demon. When younger Nine Girl saw this scene, he was shocked and anxiously shouted, "It's too late, highest devil G. Oh, D is here!" A majestic and vast power suddenly appeared. The entire infernal realm suddenly trembled. The infernal guards outside were so intimidated by this pressure that they were unable to stand up, and they all knelt on the ground. "I can make it." Qin Xiang anxiously took out the formation plate that the penalty Heavenly G, oh, D had given him, pulled the younger Nine Girl to his side, then opened the formation plate. In the blink of an eye, he left H, E, L, L, and arrived in the forest garden where the penalty Heavenly G, O, D was. Qin Xiang heaved a long sigh. He was not worried about bringing trouble to the penalty Heavenly G, O, D. He was sure that the penalty Heavenly G, O, D knew the origins of the 6 realms mirrors, and maybe even knew that some highest devil G, O, D would have a way to deal with this 6 realms mirrors. "This is the punishment hall." Younger Nine Girl asked in a deep voice, "Was it penalty Heavenly G, O, D who teleported you to H, E, L, L? We'll talk about it in the future. Hide yourself first." Just as Qin Xiang finished speaking, the penalty Heavenly G, O, D appeared. "There's no need to hide. Penalty Heavenly G, O, D looked at younger Nine Girl. He seemed to know a few things. Younger Nine Girl snorted, because she knew Qin Xiang had deceived her. Penalty Heavenly G, O, D pointed to a stone chair to the side and indicated for younger Nine Girl to sit down. "I was the one who sent him to get the 6 realms mirrors. You have been waiting in H, E, L, L for H, E, L, L Devil Emperor to find the 6 realms mirrors. But you did not know that H, E, L, L Devil Emperor had already found the 6 realms mirrors." Qin Xiang curled his lips. "With such a powerful red-haired old demon watching us, and you still telling me to go, I was almost killed by that guy. And that whatever highest devil G, O, D is also here." Penalty Heavenly G, O, D said, "Aren't you back now, and have taken away the 6 realms mirrors?" Qin Xiang had already obtained it, but he wanted to buy it himself. That 6 realms mirrors was no ordinary divine tool, he lied. "I didn't get it, so it's not easy to take that thing away." Penalty Heavenly G, O, D sneered. "Don't lie to me, highest devil G. O, D's anger has already reached all divine palaces, and only when the 6 realms mirrors is taken away would he act like this." Younger Nine Girl glared at Qin Xiang. "You actually got it, hand it over." Qin Xiang stuck out his tongue. "No, this is mine." With penalty Heavenly G, O, D here, he was not afraid of her. "I miscalculated. I really did not know that the red-haired old demon was guarding there. Moreover, he could call highest devil G, O, D over at any time, and almost caused your death. Luckily, you were lucky." Penalty Heavenly G, O, D arrived in front of Qin Xiang and extended his hand out, saying, "The 6 realms mirrors is yours. I just wanted to take a look." Qin Xiang was helpless. He could only take it out. It was only a silver hexagonal mirror. There was nothing special about it. After looking at it for a bit, penalty Heavenly G, O, D gave it back to Qin Xiang. "As long as you don't fall into the hands of H, L, L Devil Emperor, and highest devil G, O, D, you can keep it safe." Younger Nine Girl gritted his teeth. "This is mine. I spent so much time on this 6 realms mirrors. In the end, I actually let you, kid. Quickly give it to me." Penalty Heavenly G, O, D pressed his hand on younger Nine Girl's shoulder. "You don't have a supreme G, O, D bone and are unable to control it, so it is useless for you to come here. Right now, the 6 realms mirrors has not been repaired, and he needs Qin Xiang's help to continue repairing it." Penalty Heavenly God knew so much, and even knew so much about this younger Nine Girl in front of him. This made Qin Xiang wonder if this penalty Heavenly God was related to him. Penalty Heavenly G, O, D knew so much, and even knew so much about this younger Nine Girl in front of him. This made Qin Xiang wonder if this penalty Heavenly G, O, D was related to him. "I can't let it go. I've wasted so much time and effort just for this. I'm not willing to give up. Younger 9 girl flew fiercely, looking as if he was about to swallow Qin Xiang whole. Qin Xiang anxiously hid behind Penalty, Heavenly G, OD, and laughed. You are useless. The 6 realms mirrors is fated to be with me. I just merged it with just a drop of blood. Now, even if I give it to you, the 6 realms mirrors is not willing. Younger 9 girl clenched her teeth as she stared at Qin Xiang. She didn't really want the 6 realms mirrors, but she was very angry now, because after running around for so many years for the 6 realms mirrors, she was finally played like a monkey. All these years, she had endured much humiliation before being slapped by the red-haired old demon many times. Although the red-haired old demon had already been killed by Qin Xiang, Younger 9 girl still did not calm down. Right now, you have to consider the matter before you. Highest Devil G. Oh, D has already come out, and he already knows that you betrayed him. Penalty Heavenly G. Oh, D said in a serious tone. Fortunately, Highest Devil G. Oh, D doesn't dare to disobey Supreme Divine Palace now, so he won't act recklessly. But towards you, he doesn't need to worry. Younger 9 girl was even angrier now. It's none of my business the red-haired old demon was killed by this brat. The 6 realms mirrors is also in his hands. Why would Highest Devil G? Oh, do you want to capture me? Qin Xiang anxiously said. Young Mistress Xiao Jiu, please do not tell anyone. Help me keep this a secret. At least I helped you kill the red-haired old demon, and did not let the 6 realms mirrors fall into the hands of the Highest Devil G. Oh, D for you. This should be a very venting of your anger. Younger 9 girl snorted. She thought about it, and felt that she might be satisfied, but the benefits were already taken by Qin Xiang. Penalty Heavenly G. Oh, D said, do you need my help? I will do my best to protect you, so that you won't be found by Highest Devil G. Oh, D. But you have to listen to me. Qin Xiang asked, can't you stay here? I think it's good here. Younger 9 girl shook his head. Highest Devil G. Oh, D can easily find me. If I stay here, it will only bring him trouble. Penalty Heavenly G. Oh, D nodded his head. That's right, for your safety's sake. I can only send you to that place. Highest Devil G. Oh, D is unable to reach that place, and he won't be able to find that place either. Younger 9 girl frowned. She already knew what kind of place it was and nodded her head, helplessly. It can't be. Divine Prison. This place suddenly appeared in his mind. That place was indeed very safe inside the Divine Prison, and there was even the power of the true G, oh D, that was affecting that place. Younger 9 girl stared at Qin Xiang. That's right. Do you want to go there to accompany me? Qin Xiang curled his lips and said, I'm not very familiar with you. Why should I accompany you? Younger 9 girl appeared beside Qin Xiang in a flash and kicked him hard on his beak. You're still saying that you're not familiar with me. If it wasn't for me, can you even obtain the 6 realms mirrors and the divine deity of the red-haired old demon? These are all good stuff, you heartless bee. A-S-T-A-R-D. Qin Xiang rubbed his bottom and laughed heartlessly. This is all because of my luck, and it has nothing to do with you. If it wasn't for me, you probably would have already been captured by that Highest Devil G. Oh, D, you should be thanking me. Penalty Heavenly G. Oh, D frowned and said in a deep voice, Stop being so noisy. I'll send you to Divine Prison right now. Cultivate properly inside, as long as you enter the realm of the Supreme G. Oh, D, you'll no longer be afraid of Highest Devil G. Oh, D. The younger 9 girl snorted. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then relaxed his entire body, only to see the penalty, Heavenly G. Oh, D taking out an array disc. He controlled the array disc to float above the younger 9 girl, and the array spun, releasing a silver light beam to envelop the younger 9 girl. Qin Xiang asked, Penalty Heavenly G. Oh, D, what the H? E-L. L is wrong with her. Didn't she betray 9 divine kings back then? I had thought that she was the May Emperor. Penalty Heavenly G. Oh, D said, she didn't betray 9 divine kings. She just wanted to help 9 divine kings. That's why she did it. It's just that she never succeeded, and instead wasted a lot of things searching for 6 realms mirrors. That's why she's so angry right now. Qin Xiang said in shock. Doesn't that mean 9 divine kings and Feng Yujie misunderstood her? The penalty, Heavenly Ji. Oh, Di nodded her head. This is exactly the effect that she wants. Only then can she successfully approach the highest devil Ji. Oh, Di, and gain the trust of the highest devil Ji. Oh, Di does not truly trust her. Qin Xiang suddenly felt extremely guilty because the supreme Ji, Di bone in his body was prepared by the 9 divine kings for the younger 9 girl. It was just that at that time, the 9 divine kings thought that the younger 9 girl had been devoured by the evil spirit and did not hand the supreme Ji, Di bone over to the younger 9 girl. Does she have a name? Qin Xiang asked again. No, she would only approve if 9 divine kings gave her a name. So for all these years, she has always been called this way. A look of guilt flashed across penalty, Heavenly Ji, Di Xiang's face as he said, You don't have to feel guilty. You have obtained the supreme Ji. Di bone. Qin Xiang curled his lips. How do you know that? Where exactly do you come from? Penalty, Heavenly Ji. Di's face sank with a stern look on his face. One of the divine kings is my grandfather. This. Qin Xiang was stunned. No wonder the penalty, Heavenly Ji. Di was so powerful and knew about such a thing. He suddenly suspected that the devil-killing Heavenly Ji, Di might also be related to the divine king. If not, why would his relations? I plus P with the penalty, Heavenly Ji. Di be so good. His father cultivated the heavenly body and heavenly alchemy, so his whereabouts were unknown. His grandfather was also a divine king, and he was also an outstanding divine Ji. Di, penalty, Heavenly Ji. Di, do you know what happened inside the 9 Heaven Devil Palace now? Qin Xiang felt that penalty, Heavenly Ji. Di should know something. I don't know, not even my father. Penalty, Heavenly Ji. Di shook his head. You must not try to enter 9 Heaven Devil Palace now. Now Qin Xiang understood why the Azure Dragon that year was only profound Ji, Di's, and was willing to make penalty Heavenly Ji, Di his friend. It turned out that this penalty Heavenly Ji, Di knew that the Azure Dragon was a powerful divine beast from that year, and in the future the Azure Dragon would awaken its memories, possessing the strength of its previous life. I never thought that the great battle would end so soon. From today onwards, the reputation of the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor will forever disappear. Penalty, Heavenly Ji. Di closed his eyes as if he was there. H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor is dead. Qin Xiang said in pleasant surprise. The battle between H.E.L.L. Divine Palace and him had not been held long ago. Yet there was actually a conclusion to the battle. The penalty, Heavenly Ji. Di shook his head. No, it's just that the H.E.L.L. Divine Palace is heavily injured. All the D.S. are injured, and I am going to take over the Infernal Realm. This is something that the All Divine Palaces has already tacitly approved. No ad, please go to please share. The H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor was still alive, so Qin Xiang had to be on his guard. Although the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor had lost, that did not mean that he would decline and perhaps rise again. After all, the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor had been here for so long and was connected to the highest devil Geode behind the scenes. The H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor was still alive, so Qin Xiang had to be on his guard. Although the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor had lost, that did not mean that he would decline and perhaps rise again. After all, the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor had been here for so long and was connected to the highest devil Geode behind the scenes. With regards to the matters of the highest devil Geode, the penalty Heavenly Geode did not reveal too much. It was clear that he did not want Qin Xiang to know too much about this matter. You can continue to stay here. After I've confirmed the situation outside, I'll let you out. I don't know what highest devil Geode plans to do yet, and I don't know if he has already found out that the 6 realms mirrors was obtained by you. After penalty, heavenly G. Oh, D said this, his body became blurry and then disappeared. Only the penalty, heavenly G. Oh, D. And the younger 9 girl knew that the 6 realms mirrors was in Chen Xiang's hands. The red-haired old demon also didn't know that Chen Xiang had already gotten the 6 realms mirrors. However, penalty, heavenly G. Oh, D was still worried. If she knew that the 6 realms mirrors was in Chen Xiang's hands, then Chen Xiang would probably go and hide in HLL. Right now, Chen Xiang could only stay here. He had to properly plan out what he had to do in the future. There were simply too many things he had to do. The most important thing right now was to become stronger in 10 years, and then go to the Supreme Divine Palace to train. Shui, does your incomplete memories have anything to do with this guy? Is this guy really the grandson of a divine king? Then who is his father? He actually cultivates 2 taboo magic S, Heaven's Body and Heavenly Alchemy. Chen Xiang hoped that Long Shui could retrieve something from her memories. Previously, when they were collecting the 6 realms mirrors, Long Shui had told Chen Xiang how to do it. Long Shui shook his head. I don't know if I had it in my memories the moment I saw him. It would have popped out of my memories. Memory is like this. Perhaps you can remember the names of many acquaintances, but it is very difficult to say the names of all those acquaintances in a short period of time. However, after seeing that group of acquaintances, you can easily say them one by one. Chen Xiang did not dare to take out the 6 realms mirrors, afraid that the highest devil G, OD would sense it. But I know the background of that highest devil G, OD. He is also one of the Supreme Divine Palace. He is mainly responsible for the devilish way of the 6 paths. I do not know the specifics. In short, he is very powerful. He is one of the 6 divine kings in the Supreme Divine Palace. Hearing Long Shui say that, Chen Xiang anxiously asked, then what is this 6 realms mirrors? Could it be that it was created by the 6 divine kings? Long Shui said, no, the 6 realms mirrors seem to be formed naturally. I don't know of its specific usage. Maybe after I recover some of my memories, I will know a bit. Helping Long Shui to recover his memories from his previous life was also a very important matter. Not long after, penalty heavenly G, D returned. He nodded at Chen Xiang. You can go back now. Chen Xiang returned to the devil-killing divine palace, but was not heavily injured because the battlefield was the HL Divine Palace, and inside the devil-killing Divine Palace he saw many injured disciples. In this battle, none of the disciples died, and the majority of them were the devil-killing Heavenly G, OD, and more than 10 powerful Divine G, OD disciples. Devil-killing Heavenly G, OD was currently resting. In order to reduce the number of casualties, he had used his full strength from the very beginning. So Chen Xiang could only see devil-killing Heavenly G, OD's avatar. After finding out that Chen Xiang had returned, the devil-killing Heavenly G, OD sent him to a secret floor. He had already found out from the penalty Heavenly G, OD that the 6 realms mirrors had fallen into Chen Xiang's hands. Before the 6 realms mirrors is completely repaired, you must not let this SPAC out. Once the highest devil G, D senses it, the consequences will be severe. Devil-killing Heavenly G, D warned Chen Xiang the moment he saw him. Chen Xiang nodded his head. Mean Heavenly G, D, just what uses does this 6 realms mirrors have? I have obtained the 6 realms mirrors. How can I make good use of it? The devil-killing Heavenly G, D sighed. The 6 realms mirrors is a divine object raised by 6 paths. I don't know its true purpose. Back then, the 6 realms mirrors had once fallen into the hands of the highest devil G, OD, and was then SNATC, hid away by the 9 divine kings. Before the 9 divine kings went missing, it was used by one of the divine kings of the 9 divine kings to battle, and after being heavily injured, its location is unknown. Chen Xiang was very curious about the power of the 6 realms mirrors. He could only wait for the 6 realms mirrors to repair itself before he could take it out and research it. I have already sent Xiao Cho over to a friend's place. This is to let him have a greater confidence in Pa S. seeing the Supreme Divine Palace's trial. You need to carefully consider this matter in the future. The devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. said, in terms of your cultivation, I have nothing to guide you in. It is all because of your own comprehension. Devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. instructed a few more things before letting Qin Xiang leave. When Qin Xiang came out, he immediately went to find W.A.N.G. Jeans, H.I. Plus, who was also waiting for him. Senior sister, are you hurt? Qin Xiang saw that W.A.N.G. Jeans, H.I. Plus' face was pale white and couldn't help but be worried. Of course I'm fine. You don't even know whose daughter I am. W.A.N.G. Jeans, H.I. Plus laughed tenderly. You don't have to worry about H.E.L. Devil Emperor bothering you anymore. This guy should be recuperating right now. His shrimp soldiers and crab generals, our devil-killing divine palace, will continue to hunt them down. Qin Xiang smiled and nodded. Thank you so much. I will be more relaxed in the future. W.A.N.G. Jeans, H.I. Plus patted Qin Xiang on the head. You can rest in peace and prepare to take on the Supreme Divine Palace's trial. I will be going into closed-door cultivation soon. When you see me again, I will be a G.O.D. After that, Qin Xiang and W.A.N.G. Jeans, H.I. Plus headed to the hotel in the Divine City and continued to drink with Zhu Chao and the others, all the way until dawn. After daybreak, Qin Xiang left devil-killing Divine City alone. When Qin Xiang arrived, he directly rushed to Yang Yan's hotel. At this moment, the place was still talking about the great defeat of the H.E.L.L. Divine Palace. Although the G.O.D. of Fortune had a cooperative relations, H.I. plus P with the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor, the G.O.D. of Fortune did not help out in the previous Great War. It was the same for the other halls that had some connections with the H.E.L.L. Divine Palace, as they were obviously afraid of provoking the devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. Furthermore, the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor had secretly done a lot of shady things in the past few years. Yang Yan was already the profound G.O.D. and looked like he was a playboy. But in Qin Xiang's eyes, this Yang Yan was a terrifying person who hid his strength well. Fortunately, he was not his enemy. This time it was not easy seeing Yang Yan because Yang Yan was not in the hotel, he was already out, so Qin Xiang could only wait patiently. Yang Yan had told the owner of this hotel that as long as someone came to find him, he would be treated well. At this moment, Qin Xiang enjoyed bathing in the hotel. Yang Yan had told the owner of this hotel that as long as someone came to find him, he would be treated well. At this moment, Qin Xiang enjoyed bathing in the hotel. He waited for a long time before Yang Yan returned to the hotel. A waiter came to notify him. Arriving at the hall where Yang Yan was entertaining guests, when Qin Xiang saw Yang Yan, he immediately used the voice transmission technique to tell Yang Yan, "Big brother Yang, this is Qin Xiang." Yang Yan nodded his head and laughed heartily. "I knew you would come. Let's talk inside." Qin Xiang and Yang Yan arrived at a secret room, and Yang Yan sighed emotionally. "The last time you were in the divine prison, I knew that you would definitely have some accomplishments in the future. I didn't think that it would be so quick to verify what I was thinking." During the last meeting with the all-divine palaces, the strength Qin Xiang had displayed had left a deep impression on him. "Big brother Yang, you're not bad too. You've hidden your strength well enough. I still can't tell what kind of strength you have." Qin Xiang laughed. When devil-killing Divine Palace defeated H.E.L.L. Divine Palace, he no longer had a shrine, and he even brought out some evidence asking penalty heavenly G.O.D. to punish H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor. Now that H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor had already ran away. All of his subordinates were taken away by penalty heavenly G.O.D. Although he lacked the threat from the H.E.L.L. Divine Palace, Qin Xiang was still very careful. The last time Qin Xiang came to look for Yang Yan was to ask him to help her buy some holy-level medicinal herbs, or look for a way to buy them. Chun Xiang had to start refining the middle grade, holy level pills and the high grade pellets. Many shops that specialize in producing holy elixirs are out of stock. If you need a good price to buy a lot of them, I suggest that you go to the Des City and have a look around. The women there grow these types of plants and flowers are very extraordinary. Yang Yan took out an envelope and handed it over to Qin Xiang. If you encounter any inconvenience when you are at that place, you can S this to the city, Lord of the Des City. She is my wife, and after I finish all the work here, I will also go to the Des City. Qin Xiang took it and said with some surprise, Big Brother Yang, you're quite impressive, the city lord of the Des City is actually your wife. Yang Yan shook his head and laughed. It's all because of my father. Qin Xiang currently did not have divine money, so even though he had some divine deities, he was not willing to sell them. I need to get some good money. This gave Qin Xiang a headache. Fortunately, he had grasped the method to refine Lingguang Danes earlier and could refine quite a bit. As long as he sold it, he would be able to get a lot of divine money in a short period of time. Divine Maiden City was a city that was built by the divine female palace, and there were a lot of people within the city. Qin Xiang felt that this place was much more lively after coming here from the brilliant divine city. He had heard that a lot of men came here to try their luck, to see if he could marry a divine maiden. Just as Qin Xiang arrived at the Des City, he heard an Estonies. Plussing piece of news. Feng Yujie had actually come to the DS realm, and was even the second palace master of the divine female palace at that. It is said that she will be the one in charge of the divine female palace in the future. For Feng Yujie to be able to reach such a position, it seems that she has already been restored to her peak strength. At the very least, she should be a Qin Xiang thought. Since Feng Yujie was the second palace master of the divine female palace, Qin Xiang felt that he would be able to borrow some medicinal ingredients from the divine female palace, even if he didn't have divine money. Long Shui said, since Feng Yujie is here, Menger and Xian should be following him. Back then, all the women had separated and gone about their own business. Only Lu Menger, Xue Xian, Dongfang Xinyue, and Dongfang Jing. Qin Xiang was already impatient to go to divine female palace, so his walking speed became much faster. Arriving in front of the divine female palace, Qin Xiang secretly despised the devil-killing heavenly The main hall of the divine female palace was much more imposing than the devil-killing divine palace. It was tall and big, square-shaped, like a pillar that supported the heavens. It was so tall that one couldn't see the top. How do we get in? When Qin Xiang saw the valiant Des wearing the war D armor, he did not dare to act recklessly. He still walked over, and when he got through the grand doors of the divine female palace, he was stopped in his tracks. Men, stop! A female gatekeeper shouted coldly. I am looking for your second palace master. Could you help me S on the message? Qin Xiang anxiously said, No, please go back. Qin Xiang still wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he turned around and left. If he wanted to see Feng Yujie, he could only reveal his Tai, but he was worried that it would affect Feng Yujie. It's still better to wait for a chance to meet Feng Yujie alone in the future. After all, she is the second palace master. Devil-killing divine palace's palace masters normally do not appear much in public. After using his meager amount of money to rent a room, Qin Xiang took out 2 blood ginseng S. He had already eaten all of the dragon blood Saint Dan S that he had refined with divine light. It should be able to refine 3 Lingguang Dan S. I wonder how much they will sell for then. Qin Xiang took out a pill furnace with cracks on it. This was the divine furnace that Yuan Baibing had gifted him, and because he had refined 15 Lingguang Dan last time, it cracked 3 times. The divine stove has to be changed too. I wonder how Elder Sister Menger and the rest are currently forging. Qin Xiang was still thinking about his divine S-H-I+P. After a few hours, the house that Qin Xiang rented suddenly shook, and a large amount of dust fell, causing the divine stove to shatter into pieces and crumble. The divine stove that Yuan Baibing had given him was indeed not a good thing, and it broke just like that. Fortunately, I succeeded. I should be able to sell him for quite a bit of money. Qin Xiang looked at the 3 dragon blood Saint Dan that had a burst of spiritual light and felt a lot more comfortable in his heart. If he wanted to sell the sacred pills, he would have to wait outside the pill shop. As long as it was cheaper than the pill shop, he could sell it to the pill shop here. However, the price was very low. Inside the Des City, the best medicine shop was obviously opened by the divine female palace. Qin Xiang casually asked around and found it. When he arrived at the entrance of the shop, he saw many people surrounding them. From the conversations of these people, he found out that the Rosy Clouds Dan Saint was inside the shop. It was said that there would be a chance to see her concocting pills in the next few days. Had already sparred with the Rosy Clouds Dan Saint before, and this Rosy Clouds Dan Saint was quite powerful as well. Qin Xiang also squeezed into the crowd to join in on the fun. Feng Yujie is also an alchemist. I wonder which is stronger between her and this Rosy Clouds Dan Saint. Qin Xiang pondered in his heart. He had hidden his strength well, and now that he possessed the strength of a heavenly God, he might be able to refine some divine pellets. During the competition, although Rosy Clouds Dan Saint and other famous Dan Saint titles would not be able to get first place, it did not affect their reputation. The appearance of the Rosy Clouds Dan Saint at this time could be seen from how it had attracted so many people. During the competition, although Rosy Clouds Dan Saint and other famous Dan Saint titles would not be able to get first place, it did not affect their reputation. The appearance of the Rosy Clouds Dan Saint at this time could be seen from how it had attracted so many people. Qin Xiang was mixed in the crowd, patiently waiting for the Rosy Clouds Dan Saint to appear. Unexpectedly, the one who walked out was a beautiful girl. She told everyone that it was not convenient for Rosy Clouds Dan Saint to refine pills outside right now. This made everyone very disappointed. They had waited for so long, and this was actually the result. Just as everyone was sighing in disappointment, the girl said, "Although Rosy Clouds Dan Saint S cannot refine pills outside, but we can do it inside, and the hall in our shop is also not small. As long as we do not make any noise inside, we can go in and watch the Rosy Clouds Dan Saint refine pills." This was the territory of the divine female palace. Whoever dared to make a ruckus inside would definitely not get anything good. And then everyone lined up in an orderly manner and went into the main hall of the shop. Qin Xiang naturally followed them in. When he and several thousand people arrived at the great hall, it was indeed very big. The hall was divided into 2 parts. One side was very scious, and the people who came in to see the pill refining were at that part. The other side was separated by a transparent crystal wall, and over there were a few dozen alchemist pill refining. Among them were Rosy Clouds Dan Saint. Everyone could see that the alchemist was concocting pills with their eyes closed, but everyone's attention was on the Rosy Clouds Dan Saint. "What pill are they refining?" A man said in a low voice, "Isn't it common for alchemists to refine pills in their own pill refining rooms? Gathering together to refine pills should be considered a compet." The young lady from the divine female palace replied, "They are indeed competing. They are all the outstanding alchemists from our Des City, even if they are not divine female palace's disciples. As long as they contribute to the Des City, they can all partake. 1P8 in the compet. 1 tie-in here. The 3 alchemists who will have the opportunity to receive the pointers of the pill God. Everyone heard and exclaimed in surprise. To be able to get the guidance of the pill God, it also meant that there was a pill God visiting divine female palace right now, which was why these alchemists had the chance. It was said that every great shrine was on good terms with the pill God. There were even pill Oh, Dee overseeing the shrines, but those were rarely seen and were even very mysterious. Although Rosy Cloud's Dan Saintess were very famous and had a high level of alchemy, it was still a very rare opportunity for her to get the guidance of the Pilji. Chun Xiang's heart was moved. He had never seen the Pilji. Dee before, he wanted to give him pointers too, but he did not have the chance. What pill are they concocting? How are they going to rank the top 3? An old man asked. The young lady answered with a smile. The refining method of the Shangpin Holy Dan is to refine them into pills for the Pilji. Dee to see, and let him choose. The pills they refined were meant for the Pilji. Dee to see, so the pressure on Alchemist was not small. Chun Xiang saw the Rosy Cloud's Dan Saint, but it was still far away. Originally, he wanted to look at it a little longer, but he knew that refining the Shangpin Holy Dan required a lot of time. He did not want to wait any longer, so he decided to leave the hall. The girl saw that he was about to leave, so she walked over and asked, "Brother, where are you going?" "Don't run around. I'll bring you out." With that, the girl looked at the crowd and asked softly if anyone was leaving. When the people inside saw that Chun Xiang was about to leave, they looked at Chun Xiang in disdain. After entering not long ago, they left, not giving him any face as a Rosy Cloud's Dan Saint at all. Chun Xiang ignored their gazes. He was just here to join in the fun. He was mainly here to sell the holy pellets in exchange for divine money. Only Chun Xiang was leaving, so the girl brought him out of the hall. At this time, Chun Xiang opened his mouth and asked, "Miss, do you guys buy the sacred pills here? I have a few pills with me. If the price is right, I would like to exchange them for some divine money." The girl smiled and nodded. "Of course. Please come with me. I will take you there, but there is a limit to how many of us can purchase. If there is too much, then we have to inform the elders so that they can arrange it. I only sell a few." Chun Xiang was only going to check the price. "That will depend on the quality of your holy elixir. At that time, there will be a special alchemist to evaluate it." The girl walked a few steps and came to a door. She opened the door and said in a soft voice, "You just have to wait patiently inside." After Chun Xiang entered, he saw that there were more than 20 large round tables, and every round table had over 10 chairs. There were a lot of people seated, and there were only a few empty seats. Chun Xiang found an empty seat and sat down. He knew from the conversations of the others that they were all here to sell pills. "Lil bro, are you here to sell pills or medicine?" A black-robed old man who was sitting beside Chun Xiang asked. "Senior, how about you, a pill seller?" Chun Xiang laughed and then asked. The black-clothed old man took out a small box and smiled. This old man also sells pills. "Because my luck is good, I managed to refine a high-quality, low-grade Saint pill." Chun Xiang smiled and said, "In that case, congratulations." Chun Xiang found it funny that he was able to concoct such a high-quality pill. It was all because of his good luck. A bearded, middle-aged man sitting opposite to Chun Xiang laughed. "That is at most a medium-quality, low-rank holy pellet. It won't sell for much G. D's money. So does divine female palace want it or not?" The black-clad old man ignored the man and continued their conversation with Chun Xiang. "Little brother, are you also an alchemist?" Chun Xiang nodded his head and said humbly, "I refined it myself, and because my luck was good, there were 3 batches." "What quality?" the old man quickly asked. Just as Chun Xiang wanted to answer, the bearded middle-aged man said sarcastically, he should be grateful to the heavens for being able to refine an inferior grade holy pellet. Chun Xiang laughed faintly. "I refined a high-quality, low-rank holy pellet. The one facing me. Seems like you are also an alchemist. Could it be that you are concocting a divine pellet?" He purposely spoke loudly so that everyone in the hall could hear him. Indeed, everyone was looking in his direction. The bearded middle-aged man stood up abruptly and shouted with a vicious expression, "Kid, you are itchy, right?" Chun Xiang sat there leisurely and smiled faintly. My skin is indeed a little itchy. It's good as long as I scratch it, but it's still much better than those fellows with a cheap mouth that spew feces all over their mouth. Right, Lord Pill G? Oh, D, I wonder if you can refine such a cheap mouth, Pill? Everyone could not help but burst out laughing, causing the middle-aged man to fly into a rage. He rolled up his sleeves. Although he was well built, his mind was not simple, and did not immediately start a fight with Qin Xiang. After all, this was the divine female palace's shop, and causing trouble here was simply courting death. Kid, if you have the guts, come with me out of the city, the big man said angrily. Beat me up if you have the guts. You want to beat me up, and you want me to run all the way out of the city to beat you up myself. Do you think I'll be as stupid as you? Qin Xiang chuckled. Of course, if you carry me out of the city, I will consider it. Qin Xiang knew that this middle-aged man was a weakling. If he really had the ability, he wouldn't have allowed him to go outside of the city to duel with others. Qin Xiang knew that this middle-aged man was a weakling. If he really had the ability, he wouldn't have allowed him to go outside of the city to duel with others. The big, bearded middle-aged man was so angry that his face was flushed red. His fists were clenched tightly. He looked very fierce, and although he looked scary, but Qin Xiang was not afraid. The big, bearded man did not dare make a move. Be quiet. A sudden, soft voice made the bearded man's expression soften. This was because this was a woman from the divine female palace. He did not dare be so fierce here. What happened? A girl in blue with delicate features walked over and inquired in a light voice. Seeing her frown, the bearded middle-aged man hid his gaze, no longer having that ferocious appearance from before. The blue-clothed lady looked at Qin Xiang because, when she walked out of the room earlier, she saw the big, bearded man glaring at Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang laughed. Nothing. It's just that the person on the other side wants to invite me out of the city to fight with him. The blue-clothed woman's face revealed a look of disgust, as if she was extremely disgusted with the idea of fighting and killing. Put the pills you need on the table. If I think you can buy it, I will offer a direct price. The blue-clothed lady raised her voice. When she appeared, everyone became extremely reserved, with only Qin Xiang smiling mischievously. This was because Qin Xiang did not know the item. 1. Tie of this woman in blue. However, based on Qin Xiang's surname, even if he knew, he would not think much of it. Lil bro, you better be polite. Don't stare at Missy. The black-clad old man sitting beside Qin Xiang whispered to Qin Xiang, because Qin Xiang was looking at the Missy with a slightly dishonest gaze. Qin Xiang had already guessed that the item. 1. Tie of the blue-clothed female was not simple. He asked the black-clothed elderly man via sound transmission, "Who is this Missy?" The black-clad old man answered, "Her name is Yi Qin. Her father is a pill G, O.D., and she is also a pill saint. Although she is not Dan Saint T, I Tli yet, but she is already considered to be a pill G, O.D. that can refine pills. But there is no proof that she is a pill G, O.D. Now that her father has returned, he is currently working as a guest in the Divine Female Palace. The Divine Female Palace doesn't allow men to enter, but the G.O.D. of pills is an exception. Furthermore, Miss Yi has grown up in the Divine Female Palace and will become an important leader of the Divine Female Palace in the future." When Qin Xiang heard about Yi Qin's ident, 1. Tai, he couldn't help but be shocked. He was actually the daughter of the pill G.O.D., and this made him look at Yi Qin more carefully. The black-clad old man once again transmitted his voice to Qin Xiang. "There's a rumor that Miss Yi is the daughter of the pill G.O.D. and the Divine Female Palace's palace master. Although it is only a rumor, it is most likely true. Be careful not to anger Miss Yi." Everyone placed their pills on the table. The black-clothed elder also placed his black-colored pills on the table. Qin Xiang took out a jade box. He did not open the box because there were 3 Lingguang Dan S inside that could blind dogs. Yi Qin walked around with graceful steps, but only frowned slightly, showing that she did not take a fancy to any pellet. Qin Xiang also looked at the other pills on the table. although there were some mid-grade holy pellets. Some even had Shangpin holy danes, but the quality was not very good. For high-end shops like the Divine Female Palace, they would definitely not sell low-grade holy pellets. Are you here to sell jade boxes? Yi Qin saw a jade box in front of Qin Xiang and asked softly. Although she was the daughter of the Pilji Od and her status was honorable, Yi Qin was not such a high and mighty girl. Otherwise, she would not have come to take over this job. Qin Xiang quickly explained, "The inside of my body is made of Lingguangdan. Although it is only a low-rank holy pellet, the light is still quite strong, so I won't take it out." The Lingguangdan made the black-clad old man beside Qin Xiang stare with his old and wrinkled eyes wide open. The big bearded man who had fought with Qin Xiang just now was also a little surprised and in disbelief. "You can refine Lingguangdan. You will be short of money," the black-clothed old man said. "If you have that ability, you shouldn't rely on selling pills for a living." Yi Qin came behind Qin Xiang and picked up the jade box. Opening the box a little, a red light immediately spurted out. "It's the dragon blood, Saint Dan." Yi Qin was extremely shocked. As a daughter of the Pilji Od, she naturally understood the standards of the dragon blood Saint Dan in the jade box. Even the top Dan Saint Tli S would not be able to easily refine one. "Yeah, how much can I sell it for?" This was what Qin Xiang was most concerned about. To make Yi Qin have this kind of expression, it meant that the dragon blood Saint Dan was not ordinary. However, from how poor Qin Xiang was, it looked like he had not eaten a single meal in hundreds of years, and this dragon blood Saint Dan was not created by him. "Who gave it to you?" Yi Qin asked. She did not believe that this fellow could refine such a pill. If he could concoct this pill, how could he possibly lack money, and even more so, know the value of this pill? This was more than 20 times the price of a normal dragon blood Saint Dan. It was worth 10,000 divine coins. I picked it up. Do you guys want it? If you don't, I'll switch places and sell it." Qin Xiang originally wanted to say that he refined it himself, but after thinking about it for a while, he decided to forget about it. 35,000. Yi Qin did not pursue any further and stated his price. Ordinary dragon blood Saint Dan would only cost 50 spirit stones per pellet, and dragon blood Saint Dan with spirit light was 20 times more expensive. Adding all three of them together, this was the price that Qin Xiang wanted. All right. Qin Xiang agreed immediately. He took the divine money from Yi Qin's hands while grinning. After saying goodbye, he rushed out of the hall. After leaving the shop, Long Shui said, "Didn't Yang Yin give you a letter?" He said that his wife is currently in City Lord and can go find her. "I don't want to go. It's better to rely on myself." Qin Xiang had a small sum of money. He planned to buy a few low-quality, middle-quality holy medicines and then use the spirit liquid to refine them. Qin Xiang walked over to the market that held the stalls and suddenly saw a familiar secret mark on one of the walls. When he walked over to take a look, he was immediately overjoyed because the secret mark was left by LV Chilian. LV Chilian had finally come to the GODS realm. The mark was just left. Qin Xiang obtained simple information from the combination of these scrolls. After that, he left the market and arrived at a residential area. There were many small houses constructed here. All of them were the same size and were mainly used for rental purposes. The environment here is not bad. LV Chilian should have a lot of divine money. Qin Xiang followed the house's house number to where LV Chilian was. He knocked on the door of the mansion, and soon someone came to open it. After the door opened, Qin Xiang saw a lady with an ordinary appearance but an extremely impressive figure. He could immediately guess that she was LV Chilian, only that she had changed her appearance. "Sister Chilian." Qin Xiang asked with a smile. The woman nodded. "Come in." LV Chilian could be considered a strong ranker in the 9-heaven world, but with the arrival of the large amount of shrines, many true GOD, profound GODS had appeared in the 9-heaven world. LV Chilean could be considered a strong ranker in the nine-heaven world, but with the arrival of the large amount of shrines, many true G.O.D. profound G.O.D.S. had appeared in the nine-heaven world. So she had to rely on Qinxiang, and Qinxiang had been waiting for her to come up. "When did you come?" After Qinxiang entered the room, he very impolitely sat down and picked up the fruits on the table to eat. LV Chilean took off the disguise on her face and recovered her beautiful complexion. Seeing this, Qinxiang couldn't help but laugh wickedly. "You've been here for a long time, and I've heard about your matters. You're still the same as always, tormenting yourself wherever you go." LV Chilean's tone was laced with reprimand. She did not wish for Qinxiang to be so high profile, as it would not be bad for him. Qinxiang laughed and caressed LV Chilean's face. "Big sister Chilean, thank you for your concern. I'm fine now, okay?" LV Chilean sighed. "Let's not talk about that anymore. I didn't think that you would really come here. I heard that there will be a pill G.O.D. in the G.O.D. city, so I came here too, to see if I could contact you." When Qinxiang came, it was not for pill G.O.D., sister Chilean. "Do you know where her little girl is?" They came to the G.O.D.S. realm. Qinxiang had only met LV Chilean. LV Chilean shook his head. "No, but you don't have to worry. At that time they were together, and it wasn't for long. After a period of time, when they have sufficient strength, they will definitely contact us." Qinxiang said, "Feng Yujie is already in the Divine Female Palace. It's definitely very easy for you to enter the Divine Female Palace right now." LV Chilean propped up her cheeks and said faintly, "Could it be that you don't understand me? You should be the man who understands me the best." Qinxiang laughed. "That's right, with your surname, you should be building your own shrine." LV Chilean chuckled. "Actually, Deity's Templar is just that kind of place. I only want to become stronger and do not need to be afraid of anything. I want to establish an empire in the G.O.D.S. realm, and I want to become the emperor of the G.O.D.S. Such ambition, but I like it. Hee. When the time comes, I will be your man, the emperor." Qinxiang laughed. She had been in the G.O.D.S. realm for a long time, and she had always felt lonely. Now that she had met Qinxiang, she was very happy. "Sister Chilean, is the divine money enough to spend?" Qinxiang took out the divine money that he had just earned. No matter what, LV Chilean was still considered half a woman to him. Giving some money to his own woman was a matter that was only natural. "Keep it for yourself. Are you afraid that I won't make enough money?" LV Chilean rejected him. She smiled and said to Qinxiang, "If you have something to say, just say it. Do you and I need to be so formal?" Qinxiang laughed. "Sister Chilean, I want to practice that technique with you. A live slain method. I want to get some holy level medicinal herbs and also test out our current level to see what it would be like to cultivate that alive slain method." LV Chilean snorted and laughed. "I knew that you would think of this, but I actually also want to try." Cultivating the alive slain method together meant that they had to kiss. In the bottom of their hearts, they didn't just want to cultivate the alive slain method together. They also wanted to cultivate the deep feelings of love that came with being together. Qinxiang was the most proactive. Once LV Chilean agreed, he would go over and hug LV Chilean and make her sit on his lap while he pouted LV Chilean's lips. The two of them kissed once, then started to operate the alive slain method, condensing the type of spirit pearl. After 2 hours, the two of them separated. LV Chilean spat out a cherry-sized silver pearl from his mouth. It was even larger than the spirit pearls they condensed in the past, and the color was also different. This spiritual bead should have become a lot more powerful. If only it could condense high-quality, holy medicine quickly. LV Chilean said, "With my current strength, what you and I need the most should be Shangpin Holy Dan." Qinxiang nodded his head. "That's right, but I heard that there are not many high-grade holy medicines, and that refining Shangpin Holy Dan requires a pill formula. It is not easy to refine." Then let's go look for the intermediate grade holy elixir first. How much divine money do you have there? LV Chilean didn't keep that spiritual bead properly. It was the result of her violently kissing with Qin Xiang. At this moment, she had already acknowledged Qin Xiang, and her feelings for him had grown deeper and deeper. 35,000. This is the price I got from selling the dragon blood St. Dan. Qin Xiang told the process of him selling the pellet to LV Chilean. LV Chilean's brain worked very quickly. LV Chilean leaned into Qin Xiang's embrace like a docile little kitten. Qin Xiang lovingly caressed her hair. Looks like the Lingguang Dan you refined has already reached a very high level. Yi Qin might even take out the 3 dragon blood pills and show them to her alchemist father. LV Chilean heard Qin Xiang's heartbeat and suddenly felt a trace of other strength. What is this? Is it that white dragon? Long Shui laughed. Sorry to bother you. LV Chilean wanted to struggle free from Qin Xiang's embrace, but she did not succeed. Qin Xiang hugged her tightly, and at the same time, Long Shui ran out from the ring. Just as she came out, her delicate body was hugged by Qin Xiang's other hand. Just like this, Qin Xiang laughed out loud as he hugged the 2 beauties who wanted to struggle free from his embrace. LV Chilean snorted helplessly. She was not unfamiliar with Long Shui either. Furthermore, Long Shui was the famous Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord back then, so she had a good impression of him. Sister Chilean, quickly bite this little scoundrel. Long Shui laughed. The more he bites, the happier he'll be. LV Chilean used quite a bit of strength, and finally got rid of Qin Xiang's bad hand that was caressing her body. LV Chilean rolled his eyes at Qin Xiang, and his voice became serious. Get to the point. The current LV Chilean had the demeanor of a female emperor. Long Shui also quieted down and obediently sat there. She asked in a low voice, Big Sis Chilean, do you have any ideas to let this little scoundrel earn even more divine money? LV Chilean shook his head. No, at the moment, what he needs is not divine money, but to refine higher quality divine pellets. However, it's hard to find upper quality divine medicine and medicinal formulas, and it's also hard to find middle quality divine medicine, so he needs a certain amount of divine money to concoct it. Qin Xiang asked, Then what are we going to do? Are we going to sell dragon blood St. Dan S? When Yi Qin takes your dragon blood St. Dan back, he will definitely know that you refined it, because when you competed in the pill refining compet. 1. Tie in that day, you refined 15 dragon blood St. Dan with spiritual light at the same time. At that time, the rosy clouds Dan Saint was also present. LV Chilean said, In other words, now that the divine female palace knows that you have come here, it would be best for you to hide your ident. 1. Tai. Even though Feng Yujia's status in the divine female palace is not low. Qin Xiang and Long Shui were a little suspicious. It was obvious that LV Chilean was saying this to guard against the divine female palace. LV Chilean saw that Long Shui and Qin Xiang were confused as to why she said that and explained, The main point of it is not to guard against the divine female palace, but against the pill God who is in the divine female palace. If you practice the heavenly alchemy as long as he wants to, you have to be wary of him. LV Chilean saw that Long Shui and Qin Xiang were confused as to why she said that and explained, The main point of it is not to guard against the divine female palace, but against the pill God who is in the divine female palace. If you practice the heavenly alchemy as long as he wants to, you have to be wary of him. Qin Xiang nodded. Before I find out what kind of person the pill God is, it would be best if I don't expose myself, so I can't interact with Feng Yujia right now, right? LV Chilean shook his head. No, you have to think of a way to secretly contact Feng Yujia. Only she knows the exact location of the pill God. I think that it's a little strange for the pill God to suddenly appear here, because I heard that the pill God has already left his daughter here for many years. He hasn't visited her many times. Qin Xiang didn't know much about this pill God. He only knew that Yi Qin was his daughter, and that this pill God and the divine female palace's hall master seemed to have an ambiguous relations. H.I. plus P. Will Yi Qin be the daughter of the pill God and the divine female palace's palace master? Chen Xiang only heard what the black-robed old man said. No, divine female palace's hall master cannot have children and partners, so it is impossible. Previously, Feng Yujie had told me about some of divine female palace's matters, so it was just a rumor, but I suspect that the relations H.I. plus P between this pill God and divine female palace's hall master is not shallow. Because Feng Yujie wanted to invite LV Chilian to join the divine female palace earlier, LV Chilian took the opportunity to ask him a lot of things about the divine female palace, so he understood more about these things. LV Chilian said, "Leave the matter of contacting Feng Yujie to me. You and Shui will go find the cheap, middle-ranked, and high-ranked divine medicine." Chun Xiang and Long Shui nodded their heads. They left the house and split into two, going to the medicine stores to inquire about the market price by themselves, to see if there were any cheap mid-grade, holy medicines. The spirit orbs that Chun Xiang and LV Chilian cultivated together could make quality, inferior medicinal herbs become very good, so it could save them a lot of money. Divine Han Pill Shop, this is a pill shop, right? It seems like business is not bad. So many people are inside. Chan Xiang Pa S, said by a shop that was decorated elegantly. It was a few stories high and had a very good seat. One look was enough to tell that it was not opened by an ordinary person. The moment Qin Xiang entered, he saw a banner hanging on the wall with the words "Exclusive Secret Methods, Special Price of Shangpin Holy Dan" written on it. The fact that the shop had Shangpin Holy Danes for sale showed that the shop had a good alchemy saint, which meant that the shop was very powerful, especially the Shangpin Holy Dan, which required unique secret pill formulas, and to obtain these pill formulas was not easy. One would have to pay a lot of money. These pill formulas were not allowed to be spread around as well. Once found, there would even be a punishment from the pill God, so in order to obtain the Shangpin Holy Dan's pill formulas, one would have to ask the pill God for them. The Heaven Holy Danes that we concoct with our family's secret recipe are acknowledged by many saints and GODs. After eating it, they can strengthen their divine powers, and even profound GOD would have a good effect if they were to eat them. Qin Xiang asked an old man what this unique Shangpin Holy Dan was, and he got such an answer. The Shangpin Holy Danes had quite a few names, but this was because there were too many pill formulas, and many of them were similar. Only the difference in their effects were different. If the Shangpin Holy Danes had outstanding effects, most of them would be very famous, and Qin Xiang had heard of several of them. The famous Shangpin Holy Danes pill formulas were all developed over the years by some pill GODs. Thus, not only were they precious, they were also extremely difficult to obtain. This Heaven Holy Dan has yet to be sold. We've already sold a few batches before, and there are a lot of people fighting over each batch. So right now it's just a promotional campaign. Let everyone prepare some divine money. The old man said again. Qin Xiang left the Divine Han store and went outside to ask around. He found out that the Heaven Holy Dan was not bad. After eating it, his divine power had become stronger, especially the ones that had weaker divine power. The effect was even more obvious. Heaven Holy Dan was not meant to increase one's cultivation or reserves of divine power. It was only meant to increase one's divine power, which was why it was very popular. Following that, Qin Xiang also inquired about the origins of the Divine Han store. He never thought that it would actually be related to the eldest disciple of the GOD of Fortune. This disciple was someone Qin Xiang was very familiar with. It was the Feng Xin, and the one who opened the shop was the son of Feng Xin. His name was Li Zhonghan. After that, he also found out about an interesting thing. That was that Li Zhonghan had come all the way here to open a shop, and his main goal was actually to woo the pill GOD's daughter, Yi Qin. Li Zhonghan was very strong. He was a profound GOD and did not know how to refine pills. But he had called over 2 Dan Saint T.I.T.S. to take care of his shop. So other than the divine female palace, His shop had the best business and earned the most money. A single heaven holy Dan costs 100,000, and each time he would sell a batch for 100, but he would earn 10 million. Chun Xiang exclaimed in his heart, it was indeed easy to earn money from selling high-ranked holy pellets. If I sold mid-ranked Lingguangdan, it would probably only be 20 or 30,000 pellets. It would be extremely difficult to refine, and it wouldn't take much out of the pellet. It was not easy to refine a mid-grade Saint pill. Even though it didn't require that type of secret recipe, it required a variety of mid-grade Saint medicines. Refining it all together was extremely difficult. Refining a medial-grade holy elixir was as difficult as refining a Shangpin holy dan. The reason why Shangpin holy dan-s were a stage higher than medial grade was because Shangpin holy dan-s required a secret recipe and some high-grade holy medicines. Chun Xiang went to a few of the pill shops and found that all of the mid-grade divine medicines were relatively more expensive. Ordinary ones would cost more than 5,000, while the rare ones cost more than 10,000. At night, he and Long Shui both returned to LV Chilian's house and reported the price to him. The price of the pills have risen a lot. Maybe it's because the HELL Divine Palace fell. Long Shui said, I have asked a few people, and they say that they have risen a lot recently. Chun Xiang asked, why does it have to do with the fall of HELL Divine Palace? There's no reason. Long Shui stuck his tongue out. How do I know? In short, all these merchants have good reasons to increase the price no matter what it is, because the price of the pills have been too low for many years, and the pill business people right now also have large amounts of pills, so they have colluded with each other to increase the price. LV Chilian shook his head. It shouldn't be like that. In the past, my Hundreds of Flowers Palace would need to slow down their sales because of certain circumstances, and in order to ensure a certain number of pills for sale, we would raise their prices by a large amount. For example, we're facing a huge war and need to consume a large amount of pills ourselves. Chun Xiang frowned. Could it be that during this period of time, all of the pill sellers in the shrine are in urgent need of their own consumption of medicinal pellets? What the HELL is going on here? LV Chilian said, I have already contacted Feng Yujia. She might come to my place tomorrow. I think she should be clear about what happened. LV Chilian had managed to contact Feng Yujia so quickly, which made both Chun Xiang and Long Shui admire him a little. LV Chilian had managed to contact Feng Yujia so quickly, which made both Chun Xiang and Long Shui admire him a little. Feng Yujia's current situation isn't too good either, otherwise, based on her relations. HI plus P with us, she would definitely come over to meet us immediately. However, she said that she wants to meet us tomorrow, and she's not even sure when tomorrow will be, which means to say she has to be extremely careful when meeting us. This might be because of you. LV Chilian thought of many things, which were all her intuition. Seeing Chun Xiang and Long Shui's serious faces, LV Chilian laughed lightly. Maybe I was just thinking too much. Don't worry. Feng Yujia's origins are not small, and now that he has the strength of AGOD, it can be considered as having quite the strength. Chun Xiang, how are you going to use the divine money? We have to earn more. Chun Xiang sighed. I want to refine a Shangpin Holy Dan directly, but I don't have a pill formula. In terms of difficulty in refining, a Shangpin Holy Dan is the same as a mid-grade holy pellet. If possible, it would be better to refine a Shangpin Holy Dan directly. LV Chilian didn't just go out to contact Feng Yujia today. He also finished his homework on the holy elixir area and said, refining the Shangpin Holy Dan-s will require at least 2 high-quality holy medicines and 3 mid-quality holy medicines to be combined to form the pellet, and the high-quality holy level S, one of the medicinal ingredients, will cost at least 20,000 spirit stones. Even with the recipe, the amount of medicinal ingredients needed to refine the Shangpin Holy Dan-s is at least 60 to 70,000 spirit stones. Chun Xiang nodded his head. That's right, you don't have to worry about this little bit of money as long as you have the pill formulas. these will not be a problem. LV Chilean said, the so-called pill formulas are all the different types of high-quality medicinal ingredients used to match each other, as well as the time between each medicinal ingredient entering the furnace, the amount of medicinal ingredients used, and the heat of the different medicinal ingredients when smelting. During this period of time, there is a coordination between them, so in a situation where there is no pill formulas, one would have to conduct many experiments to figure it out on their own. Chun Xiang sighed and nodded his head. That's right, when refining Shangpin Holy Dan, it isn't just any divine medicine that can be used to create a pill. If it's 5 top-tier divine medicines that have been combined to make a pill, it might not even be as good as a low-tier divine pill. But if there is a good pill formula combined with a normal high-tier divine medicine, it would be much better than any other top-tier medicinal ingredients. Long Shui lied on the table and said, Then how can I get the pill formula? Oh, right. Feng Yujie seems to be able to refine Shangpin Holy Dan S. When she comes tomorrow, I'll ask her. This was also Qin Xiang's previous plan. He asked Feng Yujie for it, and Feng Yujie definitely would not reject his request. It was already night. Qin Xiang smiled evilly and said, Sister Chilean, let's do some proper business. In a night time, we will be able to create many of those spiritual beads. Of course Long Shui knew what they were doing, and with a laugh, he entered Qin Xiang's ring. Qin Xiang had already walked over, picked LV Chilean up, and walked into the room. Don't act recklessly. Just as LV Chilean finished speaking, Qin Xiang's hand touched the most sensitive part of her chest, and even lightly kneaded it, causing her to yell out. Scoundrel, don't touch randomly. LV Chilean retaliated. He pinched Qin Xiang's body. Qin Xiang and LV Chilean's divine soul had already been dual cultivated before, and that was only for divine soul. In real life, when LV Chilean came into such intimate contact with her, she was still a little not used to it. An entire night quickly said by. To Qin Xiang, this was extremely sweet and short. In his deep sleep, he was awakened by LV Chilean's shouts. Hurry up and organize everything. Feng Yujie will be here soon. You can't let her know that you and I are already. As LV Chilean looked at the tinge of captivating red on the snow-white bed, he lightly bit his lips. He couldn't help but recall the crazy and sweet scene that she had with Qin Xiang last night, and it was truly unforgettable for her forever. Seeing that Qin Xiang was still smiling evilly while looking at her beautiful snow-white body, she pinched Qin Xiang's nose fiercely. Hurry! Only then did Qin Xiang slowly put on his clothes and laughed. I never thought that after our true dual cultivation, the results would be so good. The condensed spirit pearl is still a crystal. We'll have to use it more and more in the future. LV Chilean scoffed. She had already put on her clothes and started to comb her hair. At the same time, she looked at the over 10 purple crystal beads on the makeup table, which were the spirit pearls condensed from the live slain method that Qin Xiang and her entangled together. It seemed that they were much better than the ones they had condensed previously. Qin Xiang hugged LV Chilean from the back. At this time, LV Chilean was already his woman, and being able to completely possess LV Chilean made him incredibly satisfied, which made him love LV Chilean even more. Sister Chilean, I never thought that you would be so strict. Last night, I thought that you would be tormented to death. I never thought that you would be so gentle in your clothes. Qin Xiang thought back to LV Chilean's tenderness and only had an indescribable sense of tranquility in his heart. I love you to death. LV Chilean gently said, Enough, stop being so numb. Prepare yourself. Don't let Feng Yujie see that you and I have already had that relations. H-I plus P. Qin Xiang didn't understand why LV Chilean would do such a thing and asked, Why? LV Chilean lightly patted his head. Idiot, right now. I don't want too many people to know about the relations. H-I plus P between you and me. If Feng Yujie knew, she would definitely tell Menger and the others. There's no need to even mention that. Qin Xiang laughed. I understand. My female emperor of divine nations doesn't want others to know that I am her husband. Long Shuai laughed tenderly. Don't worry, even though I witnessed the entire process, I won't say anything. LV Chilian's jade face instantly flushed red. What? Shuai, you can see it from inside and witnessing the entire process. Little girl, you're worse. LV Chilian was so angry that she couldn't say a word. She didn't know about this. Forget it, it doesn't matter. In any case, many things have happened between you and I. This little naughty dragon has always been a bystander. Qin Xiang laughed. LV Chilian took a few deep breaths before slowly accepting it. There was suddenly a knock on the door. Feng Yujie had already arrived, so Chen Xiang quickly tidied up and went out to welcome him. After opening the door, he saw a man wearing a black robe and a silver mask walking in. This was Feng Yujie. It was just that she had hid herself like this, as if to avoid being followed. She was this cautious even in her own territory, and it was just as LV Chilian had guessed before. Feng Yujie had encountered a few situations in the divine female palace, causing her to be extremely cautious in her actions. After entering, Feng Yujie was still worried. He quickly waved his hand to lay down a few enchantments on the ground, and then took off his mask, revealing his extremely haggard face. Qin Xiang secretly felt his heart ache, and anxiously helped her to sit. LV Chilian was the same. She anxiously asked, Sister Feng, what's wrong? Feng Yujie did not look like he was injured. It was just that he looked haggard, as if he had consumed too much energy. Feng Yujie did not look like he was injured. It was just that he looked haggard, as if he had consumed too much energy. Qin Xiang and LV Chilian waited for her to speak. She closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths before taking out a golden pellet and consuming it. I'm fine. I just used up too much of my divine power. Feng Yujie's voice was very low, and with a single glance, one could tell that she was very weak. Qin Xiang asked, Why would it be like this? You should be very safe in this city. Feng Yujie was now AG, OD. If AG, OD were to fight here, it would be known as long as they were in the city, unless they were in the PAC inside all divine palaces. Feng Yujie shook his head. No, I just used a secret technique to not reveal myself. I have been monitored the entire time. So in order to see you guys, I can only use that secret technique. And LV Chilian looked at each other. Previously, LV Chilian had already guessed that Feng Yujie was in a bad situation in divine female palace. But it seemed to be true. Is it that pill, God? LV Chilian asked. Your current strength is not weak, even the more powerful G. Oh, D. I am afraid they are unable to threaten you. Feng Yujie shook his head again. It's not Dan God, but a guy named Highest Devil God. He's inside divine female palace right now. Hearing Highest Devil G. Oh, D. Qin Xiang's heart suddenly jumped. Highest Devil G. Oh, D believed that the 6 Realms mirrors was stolen by Younger Nine Girl, and Feng Yujie and Younger Nine Girl were like sisters. That was why she was being targeted by Highest Devil G. Oh, D right now. This guy is looking for a treasure. He said that the Younger Nine Girl took the item away, and he thought that the Younger Nine Girl would come find me. That's why he has been keeping an eye on me. Feng Yujie said somewhat helplessly. Only now do I know that we have always been wrong about Younger Nine Girl. The May Emperor in Nine Heaven World was not Younger Nine Girl at all. He was only a substitute toot. This was all told to Feng Yujie by the Highest Devil G. Oh, D. Feng Yujie did not know that the 6 Realms mirrors was with Qin Xiang, and even more so did not know that Qin Xiang had seen the Younger Nine Girl before. Now, Qin Xiang would definitely not speak carelessly, because the Highest Devil G. Oh, D was monitoring him. Sister Feng, aren't you in danger now? Qin Xiang asked. He wanted to keep Feng Yujie far from the Highest Devil G. Oh, D, Feng Yujie said. You don't have to worry about my safety, Highest Devil G. Oh, D still doesn't dare to kill me. If he kills me, he will face a great calamity himself. Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He did not expect that the acquisition of the 6 realms mirrors would implicate Feng Yujie, which made him feel a little apologetic. LV Chilian did not know the background of the highest devil G, OD, and asked, "What is the strength of the highest devil G, OD, to actually cause Feng Jie to behave like this?" Feng Yujie sighed. "This guy is 2G. Oh, delay, he was enemies with the 9 divine kings since long ago, and in order to find a treasure, he controlled the HELL Devil Emperor. He said that he had already found the treasure himself, but the younger 9 girl took it away." Then Feng Yujie told LV Chilian that there was something related to the younger 9 girl, and that it was equivalent to her younger sister, who still had no name. Qin Xiang really wanted to tell Feng Yujie about the younger 9 girl, but he didn't dare to. He was worried that he would harm younger 9 girl, and Feng Yujie, who knows if the highest devil G, OD, was actually nearby. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's great to be able to see all of you. I'm really happy. Feng Yujie's complexion had turned much better and revealed a charming and moving smile. LV Chilian chuckled and nodded. Qin Xiang asked, "Where are elder sister Menger, Xian Xian, and the others? Have they come to DS realm yet?" Feng Yujie laughed. "Of course they came. It's just that they aren't in the divine female palace. As soon as they arrived, they went to the divine weapon hall. They went with Jiang Sheng, probably because they want to learn something." When they went with Jiang Sheng, Qin Xiang was not too worried. They were able to come to the DS realm, so they already had a certain amount of strength. "Sister Feng, the number of pills we have recently increased so much. Do you know the reason behind this?" LV Chilian asked. This was something she and Qin Xiang had always been suspicious about. Hearing LV Chilian's question, Feng Yujie let out a long sigh. The main thing is that the various divine pills have returned. Once this group of divine pills gather, the first thing they do is to compete and refine the divine pills. Moreover, refining the divine pills would require a large number of sacred pills as the formula. For example, refining the shopping den, they say that there are at least 100,000 of them, and there would be a lot of them. For these Alchemy DS refining pills is not as simple as just refining 1 or 2 pellets. Therefore, all the large and small alchemists in the hall are currently refining a sacred pellet for the alchemist. This was the first time Qin Xiang heard that the divine pellet recipe required the help of so many divine pellets. Although Qin Xiang wanted to go and take a look at refining the divine pills, he felt that he would not have the chance. Qin Xiang laughed. "Big Sister Feng, are you a pill OD now? The last time you said that you were beginning to refine a divine pill." Seeing Qin Xiang's mischievous smile, Feng Yujie knew that Qin Xiang had something in mind for her and snorted. "That's right, I'm a pill OD now, but don't expect me to help you refine pills. I don't have time right now. I need to quickly raise my strength. I don't want to be closely watched by the highest devil OD. Qin Xiang laughed. "Sister Feng, I just want you to give me some pill formulas. I'm going to refine the Shangpin Holy Dan now." Feng Yujie had fought with Qin Xiang twice, and both times they lost miserably. Now that Qin Xiang wanted her to give him the pill formulas, she couldn't help but laugh. "Brat, aren't you very strong? You should be able to create your own pill formulas." Qin Xiang curled his lips. "Don't be so stingy. Didn't I beat you twice before?" Feng Yujie pouted. "I want to be so stingy who told you to not know how to give way to others, not to mention that I'm still a girl." Seeing Feng Yujie acting so coquettishly, Qin Xiang was completely out of options. He looked at LV Chilian helplessly, causing LV Chilian to laugh softly. "How do I get the pill formula?" Qin Xiang knew that he wouldn't be able to get the pill formula from Feng Yujie unless he bled a little. Feng Yujie's face was filled with a proud smile, and he giggled. "You promised to refine 100 Shangpin Holy Dan for me, and I'll give it to you. But this is a mission given to me by the Danji. OD, it's pretty tiring. If it was an inferior grade holy pellet, would have agreed without even frowning. let alone 100 or even 1,000. But this Shangpin Holy Dan was different. He had never refined one before, and if he was able to refine one in a few days, it would be extremely difficult to refine 100 of them. Right now, I can only refine Dragon Blood St. Dan. If I want to refine 100 of them, I will need some time. You are now the second palace master and also a god of pills. Since you have so much divine money, you can just go and buy it. Chan Xiang replied, "Why do you think it's unnecessary? Right now, I can only refine Dragon Blood St. Dan. If I want to refine 100 of them, I will need some time. You are now the second palace master and also a god of pills. Since you have so much divine money, you can just go and buy it." Chun Xiang replied, "Why do you think it's unnecessary?" Feng Yujie laughed. "Whether you agree or not, if you don't mind, Danji, D has designated that I am the only one to refine a Shangpin Holy Dan, and I don't even have a pill formula for it, so I can only refine it myself." Feng Yujie already knew that Chen Xiang had sold 3 Spirit Soul, Dragon Blood, St. Dan here. His progress was extremely fast, so she believed that Chen Xiang had definitely completed the task she had given him. Chen Xiang calculated in his heart, and in the end, still agreed to it. A pill formula was not something that could be bought with divine money. Otherwise, the Danji, D would not need Feng Yujie to refine those Shangpin Holy Dan. Just leave the ingredients to me. I'll refine them within a year. Feng Yujie tossed a storage bag to Qin Xiang, and then tapped Qin Xiang's forehead with his fingertip. "Now, I'll give you the pill formula. This recipe is for the pill D king that was among the 9 divine kings back then." Chun Xiang quickly obtained the pill formula. It seemed to be a little complicated, but it was not difficult for him. "Sister Feng, doesn't this mean that you have a lot of good pill formulas?" Chun Xiang asked happily. "Of course, but don't expect me to S it onto you, because I promised him that some secret formulas cannot be said onto outsiders." Feng Yujie stuck his tongue out and laughed. "Qin Xiang, if you want to become a pill D in the future, you must create your own pill formulas. The recipe for the divine pill must be even more complicated and precious." Qin Xiang felt a headache just thinking about it. "The Danji, D, you must have given you a lot of benefits. If not, you would not have helped him refine the pills. Now, S the hard work to me. The most satisfying of all will be you," Chan Xiang said with a bitter face. Feng Yujie laughed. "You have gained a lot from this task. If you don't believe me, go and ask about the value of my Shangpin Holy Danes pill formula. If Danji D wanted me to, I wouldn't even give it to him, unless he used a divine pill formula to exchange for it." She patted Qin Xiang's bitter face and said to him, "I'm leaving now. If there's nothing important, it's best that we avoid meeting each other. I don't want the highest devil D to know that I have good friends here. I'm worried that it will affect you all." LV Chilian nodded. "Be careful." After Chan Xiang and LV Chilian sent Feng Yujie out, Qin Xiang immediately took out a piece of paper to list the necessary holy medicines for the pill formula. Xinyuan Holy Dan, after consuming this kind of sacred pill, the main effect is that within 2 hours, the divine power will be strengthened a lot. Xinyuan Holy Dan, after consuming this kind of sacred pill, the main effect is that within 2 hours, the divine power can be strengthened a lot. Chan Xiang exclaimed, "This Shenyuan Holy Dan is pretty amazing. It can actually increase the strength of my divine power by several times, and there won't be any side effects. No wonder this recipe is so rare. I wonder how many times stronger it will be after I eat it." There are 2 high-grade elixirs, 3 middle-grade elixirs, and they are all very expensive. The high-grade elixirs are Fire Fong, GRA, S, and Bear Roar Flower, and the middle-grade elixirs are Weirdo Fruit, Berserker Fruit, and Berserk Fruit. These 3 kinds of fruits are also called 3 Saint Fruits. Chun Xiang listed the names of the medicinal ingredients. He naturally did not need to buy them now, because Feng Yujie had already given him 100 sets of medicinal ingredients. It did not mean that one would be able to create a Shenyuan holy Dan just by combining these 5 herbs. The quant: 1. Tie of the ingredients, the timing of refinement, and the order in which the ingredients were sent to the furnace were all different. This was the most crucial aspect of the pill formula. If one knew what kind of medicinal herbs one needed, it would take a very long time even if one searched through them himself. In fact, one would never be able to find it. Only a small number of powerful pill DS could use their experience to quickly create the best pill formula based on the quality of the ingredients and combinations. LV Chilean took out a spirit orb, which she condensed when they were kissing. It was not the purple type that was the strongest when they were cultivating in bed last night. Let's try this first. LV Chilean took out a bowl of water and placed the silver pearl inside. The pearl quickly melted, and the bowl of clear water immediately turned silver. Like a bowl of melted silver, it was extremely thick. Chun Xiang asked, Sister Chilean, according to your experience, how much fire Fong Gra? S. Can this bowl of spirit liquid replicate? LV Chilean shook his head. I don't know. I don't have any concept of divine medicine. Let's give it a try first. She took out the flaming tooth GRA. SS. It was like a tooth of fiery red color, like a tooth on fire. She carefully cut the flaming tooth GRA. S in half and then put it into the bowl of silver water. The silver energy was completely absorbed by the fire Fong GRA. SS. The fire Fong GRA. S that was originally split into 2 halves had now become 2 complete fire Fong GRA. SS, and the quality was much better than before. So powerful. LV Chilean was a little surprised. That was a high-grade holy elixir. She and Qin Xiang could casually kiss a congealed spirit clan cultivator, and she would be able to make a copy of a high-grade medicinal pill with just 1 pill. She was very satisfied with that. Qin Xiang laughed. Try that purple one. The purple one is definitely stronger. After all, that's us. Haha. LV Chilean snorted. He took out the purple spirit pearl and placed it into the water, which immediately released a purple light and turned the bowl of water into a dense purple liquid. This should be able to change into 4. LV Chilean cut a stalk of flaming tooth GRA S into 4 uniform portions and placed it into the bowl. Not long after, the purple light spirit liquid disappeared and saw that there were 4 pieces of flaming tooth GRA S inside the bowl. LV Chilean laughed. The effect is really good in the future when our strength increases. Even if we copy some divine medicine, it will be very fast. It's a pity that this Shenyuan Holy Dan is not suitable for raising my cultivation. It's just that it can instantly release an explosive force. I have to get a pill to quickly increase my strength. Chun Xiang could only complete this task temporarily. Only then would he be able to get Feng Yujie to provide him with the pill formulas. LV Chilean nodded his head. I will copy a few pills for you to practice. These pills will not help us much in raising our strength. It will only temporarily increase its effect. So I will not copy too many of them. Although he did not have a good pill formula, Qin Xiang was still very happy. Sister Chilean, I knew that our cooperation is the best. We will have to work together more in the future. Cough, cough. Qin Xiang now carefully lies the pill formula and memorized the difficult points. He had to avoid them as much as possible when refining it. According to this pill formula, you can only refine 1 medicinal ingredient per set, and you even have to intentionally put away a portion of the medicinal ingredients in order to succeed. The person who created this pill formula is too irresponsible. Qin Xiang was a little unhappy. When refining pills, he would intentionally use up most of the amount of the pills, which would make him feel hurt. LV Chilean said, This pill formula is already like this, even if you are not happy, but what can you do about it? Do you still want to modify this formula? LV Chilean said, This pill formula is already like this, even if you are not happy, but what can you do about it? Do you still want to modify this formula? Chunxiang was very clear that the reason why he deliberately lost spirit pellets like that was because he wanted to make a compromise with the success of the process. He had this thought in his mind and wanted to change the pill formula a bit, but it was easier said than done, so he could only try to refine more and familiarize himself with the Xinyuan Holy Dan's refining methods. Before Chunxiang refined one, he went to the pill furnace sale area and spent a few hundred divine coins to buy the weakest kind. After returning, he entered a small secret room and started to refine a Xinyuan Holy Dan. Chunxiang had a solid foundation to refine Lingguang Dan, and now that he had the complete Xinyuan Holy Dan's medicinal formula, it was relatively easy for him to refine. He only wasted a few medicinal ingredients and successfully refined a fairly good quality Xinyuan Holy Dan. This took him more than 10 days. Feng Yujie had only given him 100 sets of ingredients, and he could only refine 1 pellet per pellet, so he could not fail multiple times. Otherwise, he would have to fill in the missing ingredients himself. After Chunxiang refined a few pills, he no longer had the mood to continue refining them, because, in his opinion, if the rich medicine qi was not lost, at least 1 pot could have 3 pills. He had tried to preserve the medicinal energy and wanted to see how it would turn out. Unexpectedly, after he deviated from the general direction of the pill formula, he started to make serious mistakes and almost blew up the cheap pill furnace he had just bought. The infinite refining and Tai Chi are both useless. Because Chunxiang wanted to preserve some of the medicinal qi, he had refined a few more of them. I can only see if there's any way to make up for this problem in the heavenly alchemy. Chunxiang was not in a hurry to comprehend the heavenly alchemy at the moment. Instead, he had to first find the reason for his failure so that he could have a direction to go. After careful analysis, he found the reason for his failure. The main reason was that all sorts of medicinal qi would need a proper amount of energy to fuse together, otherwise it would explode. Even using Tai Chi to forcefully merge would not be possible, because all of these medicinal qi were relatively strong. Previously, Tai Chi could only be used to refine 2 or 3 kinds of pellets, made from a single medicinal ingredient. But now, not only was there Shangping Holy Dan, there were also several high-quality, holy-level medicinal ingredients. Thus, the combined power of the pellets had already said the control range of Tai Chi. If it was any other method used by the alchemist, it would be about the same. It would be difficult for them to control the explosive power of the medicine, so they could only weaken the medicine's qi, and once a certain amount had been gathered, the medicine's qi would actually be able to fuse together on its own accord. Chunxiang followed the pill formulas that Feng Yujie had given him and precisely controlled the amount of different types of medicinal qi. As long as they reached the standard of the different pill formulas, he would basically be able to succeed. If he didn't have the pill formula, he would have to try many times in order to get the proper quant. One tie, he might not even be able to try it out. Chunxiang thought about it carefully and said in his heart, "If I can solve this problem, then I just need to know which ingredients to use to concoct the other pills, and I will be able to obtain the recipe." After solving this major problem, the order and timing of the medicinal herbs entering the furnace were no longer important. This was because this was also a step required to fuse various types of medicinal energies. Chunxiang believed that there was definitely a solution within the heavenly alchemy, one of the 4 great taboo magic which was able to refine all things under the heavens. Previously, when Chunxiang encountered many difficulties in refining pills, he basically had to comprehend the heavenly alchemy and learn a few methods from it. Chunxiang, who was in deep thought, stayed in the secret room for 10 days without any results. After he came out from the secret room, he saw LV Chilian instructing Long Shui on something. "Are you imparting the alive slain method to her?" Chunxiang chuckled. "What are you so happy about?" Long Shui stuck out her tongue at him. She had learnt it very seriously, and it seemed that she had learnt it pretty well. LV Chilian rolled her eyes at him and asked, "How many Xingyuan Holy Dan have you refined?" When he asked about this, Chunxiang could not laugh, because he did not refine a single pill. I didn't concoct any pills. According to the method of concocting that pill, I don't have the slightest motivation. This is really too deceitful. Chunxiang sighed. Wait until I think about it carefully, whether or not I can find a new method from the heavenly alchemy. When that time comes, I won't be able to sullenly refine pills like this. If he were to refine according to someone else's recipe and waste so many medicinal ingredients, it would be a very sullen refinement for Qinxiang. Chunxiang often did not take the normal route of refining pills, and LV Chilian and Long Shui were very clear about this, so they could understand Qinxiang at this moment. I can't help much with alchemy. LV Chilian sighed. She could only encourage Qinxiang. It's fine. I'm very happy to be with you. Qinxiang laughed and walked over to pull her over. I'm covered in sweat. I'll go take a bath first. LV Chilian pushed Qinxiang away. Qinxiang smiled evilly and held her tightly, then carried her into the bathroom. Soon after, he heard all sorts of pouting and soft moans from LV Chilian. Long Shui also wanted to go in and join in on the fun, but she had some sort of worry in her heart. So for all these years, she hadn't been able to cross the final hurdle with Qinxiang, even though their souls were already filled with joy many times. After LV Chilian became the female emperor of the divine nations, he had to comprehend a method to refine pills that did not require a pill formula. This was a method that would make LV Chilian become a female emperor sooner rather than later. After entering the secret room, Chunxiang quickly immersed himself within the ocean of the heavenly alchemy's chant, quickly deciphering and understanding it in order to find a solution to the problem that he was currently facing. The process of comprehending was very long, and Chunxiang did not notice the Pa-S sage of time either. Very quickly, a month had Pa-S said. After using a month of time, Qinxiang also gained something. He finally discovered from the heavenly alchemy that there was a possibility of it being able to solve the problem he was facing. The origin is the same, and all the flowers and plants in the world grow by absorbing the essence energy from the world. The origin is the same, and all the flowers and plants in the world grow by absorbing the essence energy from the world. Chunxiang's eyes lit up, and he rejoiced in his heart, which is to say, all of these strange flowers and plants are born from the same root. In this way, it's equivalent to having a blood relation. Chunxiang named it the original source refining. As long as he successfully found and combined all the S that had the roots of all the medicinal ingredients, it would be able to cause the spiritual energy of other types that were difficult to fuse with together. In this way, he wouldn't have to follow the pill formula. Chunxiang immediately took out a portion of Xingyuan Holy Dan's medicinal ingredients. He rested for a while to recover his spirit to its peak state. Then he threw those medicinal ingredients into the furnace. Chunxiang immediately took out a portion of Xingyuan Holy Dan's medicinal ingredients. He rested for a while to recover his spirit to its peak state. Then he threw those medicinal ingredients into the furnace. This was the method for original source refining. According to the recipe, he would first need to place in the fire Fong GRA. Refine it until it was about done, and then add in the other ingredients. In order to use the original source refining, one had to burn the medicinal ingredients to a certain degree at the same time, in order to be able to find the same spirit blood within the medicinal ingredients. Logically speaking, all of the medicinal ingredients had the same number of spirit blood S and could very easily fuse together. The difficulty was finding the spirit blood, as well as pulling out its roots and fusing them together. If Chunxiang did not have the method inside the heavenly alchemy and only knew of this principle, he might not be able to do it even if he used his entire life. This was also why the heavenly alchemy was so powerful. Chunxiang did not allow the 5 holy medicines to fuse together. He only smelted the 5 holy medicines inside the pill furnace, and also used his divine power to separate them one by one. In order to find the spirit blood, he had to smelt it to a certain degree. I should be able to cultivate it now. Chen Xiang followed the chants and channeled his spirit power, then released it into the furnace. The divine power turned into spirit pupils, which were specially used to search for spirit blood S. This meant that he did not see any spirit blood and needed to continue burning the herbs. At this moment, he had weakened the fire, and if he burned too much, he would also burn the spirit blood. However, this was the first time he had used it to look for a spirit blood. If he was familiar with these herbs and knew how strong the burn would be, he only needed to burn them for a short period of time in the future. Half a day later, what was originally a pitch-black source spirit eye suddenly saw a flickering flame like teeth. It's the spirit blood of the flaming tooth GRA. SS. He immediately stopped burning the flame tooth GRA. S, and remembered to say the extent to which it needed to be burned. The next thing that appeared was a ripple-like light formed by the mist. This was the spirit blood of the bear roar flower. It was very easy to distinguish and was somewhat related to the shape of these strange flowers and plants. The 2 high-grade divine medicine, spirit blood, appeared, and it was the first to appear. And the next 3 white silk things that appeared were the strange fruit, the brute force fruit, and the wild fruit, these 3 saint fruit spirit blood. He had already solved the difficult problem of finding spirit blood. What he needed to do next was carefully mix the 5 divine medicines, spirit, blood together. This required a very strong and very precise control. Chen Xiang was the best at this aspect. At this moment, he released his divine power and carefully touched the 5 spirit blood S, using the Heavenly Alchemy's mental cultivation method to change his divine power so that his divine power would have the same special properties as the spirit blood S. This way, he wouldn't be met with any resistance. Through his source spirit eyes, he could see the 2 large hands formed by his God power carefully push and knead the 5 spirit blood S together. This process did not take a long time, and in just a moment it was completed. It's done. Chen Xiang closed his spirit essence, but there was no change to the interior of the furnace. The spirit blood could not be seen or felt. It was a very mysterious existence. He put away the divine powers that were separated by 5 medicine aura. The originally extremely repulsive 5 medicine aura fiercely collided together. There was no need to think about converging them together, as they were automatically and perfectly fused together. Seeing that, Chen Xiang was extremely excited because he had succeeded. All he needed to do was to use a normal method of refining the pill. Right now, I can use the Tai Chi refining and infinite refining to condense a core. I never thought that using the original source refining would have such a good effect. And after fusing with it, it would even produce so many medicine aura. I originally thought that I would only be able to condense 3 Shenyuan Holy Dan, but now it seems like there is still one more. The following steps were the same as refining other pills. He divided the large cyclone into 4 parts, and then used the infinite refining to quickly condense the pills. He was very satisfied with the results of refining 4 pellets per pot. He felt that it should not be difficult to refine a Shenyuan Holy Dan with spiritual light now. This was an extremely difficult task for many Dan Saint T. I Tli. Even if they were to refine the pill D, it would take a long time and would even fail. However, to Chen Xiang, this was as simple as refining a dragon blood Saint Dan. Other than that, there was another requirement to be able to refine a Shangpin Holy Dan, the more powerful Dan Saint T. Tli was able to refine a middle-ranked holy pellet with spiritual lights, and they would have to refine a Shangpin Holy Dan at the limit. Generally speaking, this meant that one could refine a divine pill. As long as one had the divine pill formula, they could begin to break through into the realm of the alchemy G.O.D. 100 Xingyuan Holy Dan S is way too easy for me right now. Chen Xiang laughed heartily. After he refined 100 pills, there were still a portion of the medicinal ingredients remaining. With his previous successful experience, the later stages would become very easy. He didn't need to think about it too much, as he could refine 5 batches a day. In a few days' time, 100 Shenyuan holy Dan would suffice. Feng Yujie had given him a year's time, and he had already finished it long ago. All of these are mine. I have to deal with Feng Yujie frequently in the future. They can only do this, since it's quite profitable. Before, Chen Xiang thought that this was a quest that was difficult to complete, but now he had tasted the sweetest part. I wonder how is the spirit soul Xingyuan Holy Dan. Chen Xiang had already completed his mission. He planned to use the extra medicinal ingredients to refine high-grade Lingguang Dan. Shangpin Holy Dan with Spirit Light was a few times more effective than normal Spirit Dan. Not 20 times more effective, but the effect was still pretty good, especially against Spirit Dan like the Spirit Dan, which could instantly increase one's strength. If it was a Spirit Soul Shenyuan Holy Dan, even if the super profound G, D ate it, it would still have a pretty good effect. Its power would definitely increase by 1 or 2 times, so it would definitely be expensive. Xingyuan Holy Dan were originally only effective towards lower and middle profound G, DS, but if they had Spirit Light, then even super profound G, DS would be able to eat them, and it could even increase the strength of their divine power by 1 to 2 folds within 2 hours. It was extremely useful, especially when hunting powerful divine beasts. And after the lower and middle profound G, DS ate it, the increase in power would also be a little higher than that of the normal ones. This Xingyuan Holy Dan only works for 2 hours, and we have to eat it at a distance of 12 hours before it's effective. Otherwise, it would be too heaven-defying. If I were to sell this, I will definitely make a huge profit. Chen Xiang had already seen the divine money rolling towards him. Chen Xiang continued to stay in the secret room to refine pills. He had only came out after refining the Spirit Soul Xingyuan Holy Dan. He had already completed what Feng Yujie had given him earlier, without any pressure. It had become much easier to refine pills. Chen Xiang continued to stay in the secret room to refine pills. He had only came out after refining the Spirit Soul Xingyuan Holy Dan. He had already completed what Feng Yujie had given him earlier, without any pressure. It had become much easier to refine pills. When he had previously refined Dragon Blood Saint Dan with spiritual lights, Chen Xiang had ACCU, Mulat a very rich amount of experience in this area. Furthermore, the Lingguang Dan he refined was also much better than the other alchemistess. The amount of strength required to produce the pellet was also very considerable, and his speed was even faster than other alchemistess. Right now, when refining the Shenyuan Holy Dan, the methods required were the same. Since Chen Xiang could handle the Dragon Blood Saint Dan well, there was no difficulty in facing the Shenyuan Holy Dan at all. He only used 3 days to successfully refine a Shenyuan Holy Dan that was emitting a light blue light. It won't be difficult for me at all. Chen Xiang looked at the Lingguang Dan in his palm, laughed proudly, and walked out of the secret room. Long Shui and LV Chilian were chatting in the hall, and in the meantime LV Chilian had said down the live slain method to Long Shui. Seeing Chen Xiang smile, LV Chilian asked, "Seems like you've gotten a lot. How many Xingyuan Holy Dan have you refined?" Chen Xiang threw a storage bag over and smiled. "See for yourself. If I tell you, you might not believe me." Although LV Chilian was mentally prepared, after he took out a jade box from the storage bag, he opened it and saw many light blue pellets. These were all Xingyuan Holy Dan-s. 100 Xingyuan Holy Dan were piled up together, emitting a light as beautiful as blue flames. "You finished it so quickly. How did you do it?" Long Shui carefully counted. 100 Xingyuan Holy Dan pills, no more no less. This is the method I just comprehended from the heavenly alchemy. Its name is the original source refining. It's amazing. Chen Xiang laughed, and then he took out another blue-colored pill that was wrapped in a barrier of light. This was also a Xingyuan Holy Dan, but it was currently emitting a pill light. LV Chilian and Long Shui stared blankly at the Xingyuan Holy Dan that was greatly energized by the light. They were already surprised that Chen Xiang was able to refine 100 Xingyuan Holy Dan-s in a short period of time. But other than that, Qin Xiang had also successfully refined a Xingyuan Holy Dan that possessed a light aura. I'll inform Sister Feng to come and take away these Xingyuan Holy Dan. This way, you can get the other Shangpin Holy Dan recipes as soon as possible. LV Chilian was also very happy. This Xingyuan Holy Dan was Feng Yujie's signature Shangpin Holy Dan. Therefore, she wanted Feng Yujie to give the other type of Shangpin Holy Dan to Qin Xiang. After LV Chilian left, he leaned against the chair, closed his eyes, and said, I might be able to create a pill formula right now. I plan to merge the Dragon Blood Saint Dan and the Xingyuan Holy Dan together. Long Shuai said, Dragon Blood Saint Dan-s can increase the strength of bones and blood, while Xingyuan Holy Dan-s can increase their strength by leaps and bounds within 2 hours. There's a huge difference in speciality between them. Chen Xiang opened his eyes and took out a Dragon Blood Saint Dan. He said, Xingyuan Holy Dan-s can only increase the strength of one's divine power, and adding in the Dragon Blood Saint Dan, maybe it can even increase the strength of one's physical body. Within 2 hours, if both his physical body and divine power increased by several times, then this pill would be even easier to sell. Then hurry up and give it a try. Long Shuai laughed. Wait until Feng Yujie arrives. Let her see how powerful you are. Just as Qin Xiang came out, he had this thought and immediately went into the secret room to refine pills. He found out from Feng Yujie that during the process of refining the divine pellet, he needed to add the finished product as the material for the divine pellet. In other words, while refining Shangpin Holy Dan, it was possible to use this method. However, the prerequisite was that a pill formula was necessary to fuse the two. Qin Xiang decided to use his spirit eyes on the Dragon Blood Saint Dan. If he could see the spirit blood that was hidden inside the Dragon Blood Saint Dan, then he could fuse the Dragon Blood Saint Dan with it. When LV Chilian returned, he did not see Qin Xiang. After asking Long Shuai about it, he found out that Chen Xiang had gone back to refine pills, and even wanted to create a pill formula to refine a unique Shangpin Holy Dan. Sister Feng might not come so soon. Her situation should be much better now. At least she won't be watched by the highest devil G. Oh, D to death. LV Chilian had only left a secret note that he would come here if Feng Yujie saw him. The next morning, Feng Yujie came back. This time, she didn't come as last time as she was very energetic, but she was still being monitored. Is there something urgent you need from me? When Feng Yujie came in, he did not see Qin Xiang, so he laughed. Is that little brat still concocting pills? LV Chilian laughed. He is concocting pills. It's just that he is refining his own pills. He has already completed the work you gave him. As she said that, she gave the box of Xingyuan Holy Dan, as refined by Chen Xiang, to Feng Yujie. 100 Xingyuan Holy Dan would only need 2 months to refine. Even if it was her, it would still take nearly 3 months to refine them, without sleep every night. How did he do it? Feng Yujie looked at the big door of the secret room, wanting to grab Qin Xiang, who was inside, and ask him about it, because this method of training was simply too heaven-defying. Long Shuai laughed tenderly. This can't be considered strong. This is the most shocking part about that little scoundrel. She tossed a spirit soul Xingyuan Holy Dan pill to Feng Yujie. When Feng Yujie saw the ray of blue light shooting towards her, her heart skipped a beat. She knew what that light meant, but she immediately denied that it was not spiritual light. LV Chilian smiled and said, he said that he had comprehended a method from the heavenly alchemy, which was why he was able to do it so smoothly. Feng Yujie took in a deep breath. If it was those holy pellets that did not require a medicinal formula before, she would not be surprised if Chen Xiang could quickly refine them like sweet potatoes. But this was only because they were restricted by the medicinal formula. For Chen Xiang to be able to refine 100 Xingyuan Holy Dan so quickly, it was obvious that he did not follow the steps in the recipe. Feng Yujie was very sure that there were still left over of the 100 sets of Shenyuan Holy Dan medicine that she gave Qinxiang. I really want to drag him out and ask him. Forget it, I'll ask him next time. I'll go back first. Feng Yujie also didn't want to disturb Qinxiang. If Qinxiang could create his own pill formulas, she would of course be happy for him. Sister Feng, can you give him another set of pill recipes? The best would be the rare ones. LV Chilian was thinking for Qinxiang. Feng Yujie stuck out his tongue. Chilian, your relations. I plus P with this brat is getting better and better, as if you are his wife. I do have the pill formulas, but do you think his hidden potential will be stimulated if I give it to him? So, I think it's better to just let him think of a way. It'll be beneficial to himself. LV Chilian and Long Shui thought about it and felt that it made sense. Qinxiang had already started to create his own pill formulas, but they did not know whether he would succeed or not. LV Chilian and Long Shui thought about it and felt that it made sense. Qinxiang had already started to create his own pill formulas, but they did not know whether he would succeed or not. Feng Yujie waited for less than an hour, but Qinxiang did not come out. Thus, she had no choice but to leave. She could not go out for long in order to not be discovered by the highest devil G. Qinxiang only opened the door of the private room at night. LV Chilian and Long Shui were patiently waiting outside. Seeing Qinxiang's tired state, they hurried over to help him. I'm fine, it's not like I can't walk. Qinxiang laughed, although he said so. But with the two girls being so considerate, it made his heart feel warm. After Qinxiang sat down, he drank a cup of the sweet and hot tea that LV Chilian gave him and asked, Has Sister Feng come yet? He came this morning and has already left. Long Shui laughed. Your results have truly frightened her to death. LV Chilian said, I've asked around, this Xingyuan Holy Dan can be sold for 150,000 divine money, and it's a relatively low price, even more popular than the Heaven Holy Dan sold by the son of AG, Di Li Zhonghan. It's just that they are rarely sold on the market. However, that Dan Ji, Di knows that only Sister Feng knows how to refine pills. So once you sell this pill, it will expose your relations. I plus P with her. Qinxiang smiled lightly. If I were to sell Wild Dragon Saint Dan, then there won't be a problem. Long Shui said in surprise, Wild Dragon Saint Dan, you just created it. Qinxiang smiled and nodded. Shangping Holy Danes that can simultaneously raise the strength and divine power of their physical body by several times have an additional effect. So I think that even if they are sold for 200,000 gold coins, there will still be people who want it. LV Chilian did not expect Qinxiang to finish it so quickly, and to create an innovative pill formula was extremely difficult in her eyes, at least 10 years or even tens of thousands of years. It was nothing out of the ordinary. Yet Qinxiang had completed it in one day, and was actually doing it so easily in Qinxiang's eyes. Qinxiang took out a light blue pill. On top of the pill was a dragon carved from a red spirit grain. It looked to be of a very high grade. Chilian, do you think that it would be more worthwhile if we just directly buy the ingredients for the blood ginseng and us to duplicate them? Qinxiang asked. We currently have too little divine money. We should earn more to settle down. At least let's talk about the grandeur of the house. LV Chilian thought for a moment, then said, If it was the past, then of course it would be more worthwhile to directly purchase them. But now the price of the medicinal ingredients are increasing every day, and it is becoming less and less. I have already heard that there are more than 10 divine pills competing, and just 5 years later, when they compete to refine divine pellets, they will need a lot of different types of divine pellets as supplementary materials. So in these 5 years, whether it is the medicinal ingredients or the divine pellets, they will all increase. Qinxiang nodded. To refine a divine pellet, it requires a lot of support. I didn't have any concept of that before, but after this time, I have some understanding of it. And this is to make up for the lack of materials for the GOD level, so I need to use a sacred pellet to make up for it. I still have 60 sets of Xingyuan Holy Dan's medicinal herbs. Qilian, you copy 60 blood ginsengs medicinal herbs first. Chunxiang said, I am preparing to refine a lot of wild dragon Saint Dan. Now is the perfect time. It was simply too easy to replicate a blood ginseng. The spirit liquid that LV Qilian and Long Shui had condensed in the past few days was enough. They didn't need to use those purple spirit pearls at all. LV Qilian herself also had blood ginseng, which was what Qinxiang had given her back then. She and Long Shui had immediately carried out. I need some time to refine this wild dragon Saint Dan. During this time, you should go and see where it is selling. And if the price is too expensive, you should all sell these 2 spirit Xingyuan Holy Dan. You should be careful when selling them. It would be best to go somewhere else. After Chunxiang finished explaining the situation, he entered the secret room to refine pills. Back then, LV Qilian was in charge of the Hundreds of Flowers Palace and was very experienced with such matters. Even if Qinxiang didn't remind her, she knew what she should do. Father, even though I am able to refine a spirit soul dragon blood Saint Dan, I am unable to reach this level. This Qinxiang is indeed a rare pill genius. Yi Qin came out of the pill refining room, looked at the dragon blood Saint Dan he had just refined, and sighed softly. Although the dragon blood Saint Dan that she had refined also possessed a spirit light, the spirit light that it emitted was slightly weaker than the one that Qinxiang had refined. Although it was only a little, Yi Qin had refined more than 10 batches, but still could not reach Qinxiang's level. Qiner, your strength is already very high. You are on par with the multicolored light, and are on par with many famous Dan Saint Ti. As for Chunxiang, he is a different species. You don't need to compare him with you. He has the heavenly alchemy. Dan Ji. Oh, Di lovingly patted Yi Qin's head. The Dan Ji. Oh, Di had sharp eyebrows and a handsome face. He looked very young, and he was currently in Divine Female Palace. Yi Qin pursed his lips and said, But I can't accept this. I've been learning alchemy with my father for many years already. But Chunxiang doesn't have any pointers from the pill God, and he also cultivates his own heavenly alchemy, so he hasn't been in the path of alchemy for as long as I have. He has to hide and avoid all the L Devil Emperor S for all these years. Danji. Oh, D laughed. You will Serpa. S him sooner or later because he doesn't have a pill formula now, unless he can find a master. But now no pill G. Oh, D dares to take him in as a disciple. Qiner, if you have the time right now, please help me refine some Shangpin Holy Dan S. Although there are still 5 years left, I want to make sufficient preparations. When the 10 great pill G, DS meet up, they will definitely compete. Just as Dan G, D finished speaking, Yi Qin stuck out his tongue lightly and pouted. No, since you have so many disciples, just let them refine it. I want to learn how to refine divine pellets. Little girl, you even dare to refuse Daddy's request. Dan Ji, D laughed and scolded him. That Feng Shin's son has really troubled me. As long as I can concoct a divine pill, I'll see if he still dares to pester me. Yi Qin laughed lightly. Father, don't be so harsh on me. I must let this fellow, Li Zhonghan, see just how powerful I am. The Dan Ji. D determined that Qinxiang did not have the pill formulas, so it was difficult for him to improve. But right now, Qinxiang could already improve based on the methods of others and create a better and more useful Shangpin Holy Dan. In just over 10 days, Qinxiang, who had been able to steadily refine 4 batches of pellets every day, had already refined all 60 batches of pellets. Every furnace would produce 4 pellets, and in total there would be 240 pellets of wild dragon Saint Dan. I'll sell it for 200 pills, keep 40 of them. 200,000 for 1 pill. That would be 40 million gold coins. Chunxiang was a little excited just thinking about it. Right now, he still wanted to help Feng Yujie refine pills, because this way he would be able to get a large amount of Shangpin Holy Dan faster. This was much faster than him and LV Chilean, copying the Shangpin Holy Dan with the spirit pearls. Right now, he still wanted to help Feng Yujia refine pills, because this way he would be able to get a large amount of Shangpin Holy Dan faster. This was much faster than him and LV Chilean, copying the Shangpin Holy Dan with the spirit pearls. Qin Xiang came out of the secret room, went to take a bath, and lied on the bed in the courtyard to bask in the sun while waiting for LV Chilean and Long Shui to return. LV Chilean and Long Shui would go out every day to find out the latest market conditions for the medicinal pellets, so that they could find a good method to sell the wild dragon Saint Dan at the fastest speed. Qin Xiang didn't have to wait long before they returned. Seeing that Qin Xiang was bathing in the sun and was in an extremely good mood, the two girls knew that Qin Xiang had succeeded and had already refined many wild dragon Saint Danes. I have refined 240 pills in total, but I only intend to sell 200 pills. Qin Xiang laughed. Now I have to test the effects of the wild dragon Saint Dan. Although I can successfully refine it, I have yet to eat it. As he said that, he took one, and the effects of the pill quickly came into effect. Even though he was an inferior true Ji, his physical body and divine power were already very strong, but he could still feel that they had more than doubled in strength. Sister Chilean, try it. Qin Xiang handed a wild dragon, Saint Dan, over to LV Chilean. LV Chilean was a true Ji, but his physical body wasn't as powerful as. After LV Chilean ate it, his face was filled with astonishment. Clearly, he was feeling just how great the power this wild dragon Saint Dan brought was. LV Chilean took a deep breath and said, "It has been strengthened by about 6 times. If it's the upper true Ji, it should be 5 times." Because Qin Xiang was strong in the first place, the increase in his strength was not that great, unless it was a wild dragon Saint Dan with spirit energy. It shouldn't be a problem to sell it for 200,000 yuan for 1 pill, right? Asked. Xinyuan Holy Dan had such a price, but they were famous for it, and his wild dragon Saint Dan had just been created. If it was not widely known, no one would believe the effects of the wild dragon Saint Dan. LV Chilean and Long Shui had thought of this problem before, but they already had a solution. "No problem," LV Chilean said with complete confidence. "We don't need to rent a shop, and we don't need to sell these pills to the shop. We can handle it ourselves." Long Shui laughed. "When the time comes, we will set up a stall, and your pills are so beautiful. How do you want to advertise then? Just leave it to us." When Qin Xiang saw that Long Shui and LV Chilean were both wearing their mysterious smiles, he knew that they had already prepared for it. "Take it out and sell it now." LV Chilean looked at the sky. It was still noon, so it was still early. Qin Xiang nodded his head, then followed them through the bustling streets. Arriving at a market, specially reserved for stalls, the market was also very lively. There were a lot of people. There were many of them shouting and yelling, and the scene of people bargaining and bargaining till their faces turned red could be seen everywhere. When he came over, Qin Xiang took a look around. The market was right beside a bustling street, and on both sides of the street there were powerful shops. Amongst them was the Divine Han shop, which was also the shop opened by the son of the Ji. Setting up a stall in the market also required a lot of money, but Long Shui and LV Chilean had already rented it. When they arrived at the place, they took out a few banners that said, "Wild Dragon, Saint Dan's Medicine." Qin Xiang watched on the side, because LV Chilean and Long Shui did not plan for him to interfere. He had initially thought that this would not work, but who knew that not long after the 2 girls came out of the stall, many people came over. Then he discovered that all these people had a piece of paper in their hands, which described the effects of the wild dragon Saint Dan in detail. It was obvious that Long Shui and LV Chilean had left long ago. LV Chilean took out a rectangular transparent crystal chest and placed the 200 wild dragon Saint Dan S inside. This was more than 200 of them. Even some of the larger pill stores would find it hard to guarantee that there were so many of them. The light blue wild dragon Saint Dan looked like a Xinyuan Holy Dan, but it was not hard to find. On the smooth surface of the pill was a small red dragon carved with clear carvings. LV Chilian and Long Shui had already spread the news everywhere over the past few days. So whenever they set up a stall now, most people who pass said would come over to take a look. This kind of high-quality pill was usually placed in those shops, and they were all tightly held in a small jade bottle by the shopkeeper. Now that it could be seen from the stall, many people were suspicious and thought that this was not a real Shangpin Holy Dan. Little miss, is this really a Shangpin Holy Dan that was refined by a pill saint? Is there any proof? Your background is unknown. I don't dare to buy it. An old man brought his eyes close to the crystal chest and looked at the wild dragon Saint Dan inside carefully. LV Chilian smiled. As long as you eat it, its effects are obvious, but this type of pill is usually consumed when you need it. Of course, we cannot let you buy it and immediately eat it for inspection, so we have decided as long as the top 10 customers who buy this wild dragon Saint Dan, we will gift each one to you. Just as he finished speaking, the old man shouted, "I want to buy one!" This old man's attire was very ordinary, but looking at how refreshed he was, he should be relatively wealthy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have casually bought a pill worth $200,000. Other people still did not dare to buy it, because the wild dragon Saint Dan's origin was unknown. But the old man was not afraid because he had his own strength, and if someone dared to sell fake goods here, they would not leave the city. LV Chilian took the old man's divine money and opened the crystal chest. The pill fragrance instantly gushed out like a gust of light breeze, causing everyone's nose to tremble. The dense pill fragrance was able to cause everyone to tremble. There were a few weaker people here, but they had never eaten a Shangpin Holy Dan before, so they secretly believed that they were really selling them. Long Shui took out 2 pills and handed it over to the old man with a sweet smile. After the old man received it, he said, "If you dare to sell fake items, don't blame me for being impolite." LV Chilian smiled and said, "Old senior, don't worry, we will definitely not lie." After the old man consumed 1 pellet, his face changed and he revealed a look of surprise and joy. After that he praised, "What a good pellet. It is much better than that Xingyuan Holy Dan. I want another 10 pills." The old man quickly took out the divine money and bought another 10 pills. This time he didn't give them to him, and he left very quickly as well, because he had to try them out before the effects of the medicine disappeared. He got 2 million in one go, and it was sold pretty quickly, although the old man verified that it was a genuine Shangpin Holy Dan. No one continued to buy it. The detailed introduction of the wild dragon, Saint Dan, was written on a sign beside the stall. It seemed to have the same effect as the Xingyuan Holy Dan, but it had one more effect than the Xingyuan Holy Dan, which was to increase the strength of the Xingyuan Holy Dan's body. The detailed introduction of the wild dragon, Saint Dan, was written on a sign beside the stall. It seemed to have the same effect as the Xingyuan Holy Dan, but it had one more effect than the Xingyuan Holy Dan, which was to increase the strength of the Xingyuan Holy Dan's body. Death City was currently gathering a lot of pill saints because the Danji D was here, and many of them came to see if they could have the chance to interact with the Danji D. At this time, a type of Shangpin Holy Dan that they had never heard of appeared, and it also attracted the interest of the group of pill saints. Chen Xiang didn't know what kind of advertise and TLV Chilian and Long Shui had made to actually attract the pill masters he saw in the shops of the divine female palace. Even the Rosy Clouds Dan Saint came to join in the fun. Other than them, there was also the surprising daughter of the Danji, Di Yichin. Chun Xiang hid at the side and watched. LV Chilian and Long Shui had instructed him not to join them. LV Chilian and Long Shui had already changed their appearances, and although they looked like 2 girls with decent appearances and did not attract too much attention, they had still successfully attracted many people over. They were both pill masters with impressive strength, able to refine Shangpin Holy Dan-S. At this moment, they saw with their own eyes that the wild dragon Saint Dan was a little shocking, too. Based on their many years of experience, they could immediately tell that it was very similar to the Xingyuan Holy Dan, but there was a dragon carved on top of the spirit grain. There were also some pill saints who thought of carving the patterns on top of sacred pills, but very few of them succeeded, so even if they succeeded, they wouldn't have much use for it. Furthermore, the reason why Chun Xiang carved the spirit grain was only to restrict it, allowing it to integrate more perfectly with other medicinal ingredients. We'll take one each. Yi Qin gave LV Chilian a storage bag that had D's money inside. LV Chilian counted and got Long Shui to take out 4 Wild Dragon St. Dan S. You guys are the top 10 customers, so you guys bought one for me. Long Shui smiled sweetly and gave them 4 Wild Dragon St. Dan. Soon after, the other pill saints also took out their divine money to buy it. As long as they quickly bought one, they would get one free. With this, the top 10 spots had already been S, N, A, TC head. Yi Qin and the Rosy Clouds Dan Saint also ate the gift and used it to test the effects. After eating it, they revealed expressions of shock, and then looked at each other and nodded. They were all super profound D, but after eating the Wild Dragon St. Dan, they could clearly feel their bodies and divine power increasing. Although it wasn't double, but this increase was already considered good for them, because if they wanted to increase their strength now, they could only become DS. If a middle profound D were to eat it, their strength would increase by 1-fold. This kind of pill was much better than Xinyuan Holy Dan S, but the price was the same as Xinyuan Holy Dan S. How many pills do you have left? We'll take them all. After sensing the effects, Yi Qin immediately made a decision to buy them all. Seeing LV Chilian and Long Shui hesitating, Yi Qin swept his gaze over the crystal chest. There were about 200 pills and said, 40 million, sell them all to us. How about it? Unexpectedly, LV Chilian said, This sister, we would also like to sell it to you. However, the purpose of our sale is to sell this sacred pill so that more people can experience the miraculous effects of this pill, so we can only sell 50 of them to you. The woman of the pill D had already said that she wanted to buy it all, which was enough to prove whether the Wild Dragon St. Dan was a good pill or not. It could be said that the promotional effect had already been achieved, but LV Chilian wanted a good reputation, and at the same time wanted more people to experience the strong effects of the Wild Dragon St. Dan. 50 pills is 50 pills. Yi Qin was in charge of the shop, and he knew that LV Chilian's goal in doing so was to make the Wild Dragon St. Dan famous. Excuse me, but may I ask which senior alchemist concocted it? Yi Qin couldn't really tell which great pill refiner refined it, because at this time the pill D would only store the best Shangpin Holy Dan, so that in the pill D tournament 5 years later he wouldn't sell such a pill. It's inconvenient to inform you about this. Senior has already instructed me to do so. LV Chilian smiled faintly. Was the daughter of the pill D. This kind of divine money was nothing to her. Moreover, she had bought it on behalf of the divine female palace, so she could easily take it out. After Yi Qin and the Rosy Clouds Dan Saint left, the rest of the people swarmed over. One by one, they took out their divine money to buy the Wild Dragon St. Dan, and the remaining Wild Dragon St. Dan were sold out very quickly. Chun Xiang watched from the side and praised LV Chilian and Long Shui in his heart. They sold out of the Wild Dragon St. Dan so quickly. After closing up the stall, LV Chilian and Long Shui returned to their residence with extreme caution. On the way, they discovered that there were people following them, but they quickly got rid of them. Inside the divine female palace, Danji, Rosy Clouds Dan Saint, Yi Qin and Feng Yujie sat together, looking at the Wild Dragon St. Dan on the table. These are Xinyuan Holy Dan S, but they have added a few other herbs so they can increase the strength of the body. As for what they added, no matter how I look, I can't find it. Danji, Yi looked at the shattered Wild Dragon St. Dan in his palm and said with a frown. Yi Qin said, Daddy, how is this person's pill refining level? This looks to be about the same as the Xinyuan Holy Dan that Sister Yujie refined. Dan G. Oh, D ate the wild dragon St. Dan that was crushed and carefully savored it, then said, "Normally, high-quality pills are hard to differentiate between good and bad, but I can still see that this is a little higher than Yu Jie's pill by a little. This alchemist's standard is very high." Feng Yu Jie already had the answer in her heart. She had heard from the rosy clouds Dan Saint and Yi Qin that the pill sellers were two girls, and it was very obvious that they were Long Shui and LV Chilian. She also knew that Chen Xiang was going to improve this Xingyuan Holy Dan previously, but she never thought that Chen Xiang would complete it so quickly. It was just that she was denied by the Danji OD because the Danji OD was very sure that there were no blood ginseng S. It was because the blood ginseng could not even fuse with the Xingyuan Holy Dan's medicinal ingredients, and there would be many conflicts between them. The Danji OD shook his head. Could this alchemist be creating a pill formula? But he shouldn't have refined so many of them to sell. Could it be that he really lacks money? The GOD of pills did not lack money. Feng Yujie said, "If they still continue to sell this wild dragon St. Dan, it's very obvious the pill refiner behind them is very short on money." Right now, she wanted to ask Qin Xiang and the others how exactly to refine this wild dragon St. Dan. She also wanted to learn, had already tasted the sweetness of refining wild dragon St. Dan, and was able to reap so much wealth in a short period of time. Qin Xiang said, "Are we still refining the wild dragon St. Dan? We don't have any more medicinal ingredients. We need to duplicate them. If we were to go and buy them, we might not be able to do so." Long Shui was thinking about what he should buy with the divine money. LV Chilian said, "We'll talk about it after a while. This 40 million is enough for us to buy a good shop. I've been watching it for a long time." Right now, Chen Xiang only wanted to quickly concoct a divine pill, and only then would he have enough strength to participate in the Supreme Divine Palace's trial within 10 years. Right now, Chen Xiang only wanted to quickly concoct a divine pill, and only then would he have enough strength to participate. 1. in the Supreme Divine Palace's trial within 10 years. LV Chilian said, "The wild dragon St. Dan has just been sold, and its reputation will spread very quickly. As long as we wait patiently for a while, we can let many people know, and at that time if we sell again we can raise the price." Qin Xiang asked, "Sister Chilian, when you buy the shop, help me buy a few more famous Shangpin Holy Dan. I want to see if I can find the pill formula from the completed Holy Elixir." "All right, I'll do it now. It won't be long before we move into that new store as well." LV Chilian planned to lay her foundation in the Des city. With Chen Xiang's help, she would be able to get started easily. LV Chilian and Long Shui left the room. Chen Xiang returned to the secret room and practiced the 7 devil-slain kung fu that he had mastered once. After finus, plussing his practice, he waited in the hall for the 2 girls to return. When it was dark, Long Shui came back and laughed. "Sister Chilian has already bought a shop. I will bring you there now." Divine City S in DS realm rarely sold their shops, yet LV Chilian was able to purchase them so quickly, which made him admire LV Chilian's speed in handling affairs. The shop was very big. There were a total of 7 stores, each of them extremely spacious. There were a total of 7 floors made of stone, and every floor was protected by a divine formation. LV Chilian was currently on the 7th floor, and the divine formation on this floor was also the strongest. LV Chilian had already set up her room. It was extremely spacious, and the fragrant bed was also very big. "These are heaven Holy Dan 10 each." LV Chilian gave Qin Xiang 2 jade boxes. After Qin Xiang received it, he laughed. "Sister Chilian, it's really you. You managed to settle so many things in one day." LV Chilian smiled lightly. "Divine money is naturally easy. This is all thanks to you. Without you concocting pills, it would be difficult to earn that much in a short period of time." The power that Chen Xiang had displayed caused LV Chilean to be extremely satisfied and proud. She kissed lips and gently said, "You've cultivated, aren't you tired? Wash and sleep." After saying that, LV Chilean took off her clothes, quickly revealing her mesmerizing and beautiful jade body, and slowly walked towards the hot bath. She had other reasons why Long Shui was willing to enter Qin Xiang's ring, so she could only avoid it. Qin Xiang snickered, instantly took off his clothes, and pounced towards LV Chilean. After the sun rose, LV Chilean, who was completely sparkling and translucent like jade, was hugged onto one arm as she struggled out of Qin Xiang's embrace. She took out a jade box and saw that there were a lot of purple beads inside, and these were all spirit pearls condensed from the alive slain method that she and Qin Xiang had cultivated together. Recalling the joy he brought with his cultivation with Qin Xiang, LV Chilean could not help but let out a sweet smile, his face becoming flushed red. He turned to look at Qin Xiang, who still had a naughty smile on his face, then donned his clothes, and did not wake Qin Xiang up. Long Shui also ran out from the ring, and left the room with LV Chilean. Shui, take this divine money. We will separate these great divine city S later, and leave a secret note for them to use in contacting their sisters. LV Chilean handed over divine coin to Long Shui. Although this divine money was brought over simply, she did not spend it carelessly, as it was used on the right path. In order to manage a shop, there were not enough people, and LV Chilean could not always let Qin Xiang refine pills, so she only planned to find another woman first, and only opened the shop when there were more people around. After Qin Xiang woke up and was unable to find LV Chilean and Long Shui, he could only enter a quiet room and take out the Shangpin Holy Dan he had asked LV Chilean to buy. Heaven Holy Danes can strengthen their divine power and unearth the potential of their divine power. That's why it's much easier to sell them. After Qin Xiang ate one pellet, he immediately had a very weak feeling. The divine power had indeed increased, but it was only by a little bit. He felt that he would need to eat more. Maybe it was because his own divine power no longer had any potential to develop. Chong Profound Dan, this is one of the 4 great sacred pills. It said that one pellet is worth 350,000 gold coins, so right now it should be even more expensive. Qin Xiang looked at the Chong Profound Dan and carefully probed its interior with his divine power. Therefore, it was called a Chong Profound Dan. After eating it, it would be able to continuously stimulate the divine power in one's body, causing the divine power within to circulate miraculously, allowing one's divine soul to receive a type of noise, HI plus in profound energy, thereby allowing the interior of the divine soul to cultivate up to the mysterious power. The mysterious power was one of the most obvious features of the profound G-O-D, and was the power that came from the evolution of one's innate ability. I have yet to reach profound G-O-D. I wonder if it will be effective after I eat it. The reason why Qin Xiang consumed these pellets was mainly to search for the pellet's formula from within, and then improve it. He would add other pellets to make these pellets even more perfect. After the Chong Profound Dan was refined, it instantly turned into a miraculous profound energy and rushed into his divine sensei. It surrounded his divine soul, which had turned into a little person, and started to nourish his divine soul. He also did not feel anything special about it. If you want to become a profound G-O-D, you need a large number of these Chong Profound Dan. Qin Xiang took out another Chong Profound Dan and placed it in the furnace, releasing the flames to burn. He then used his spirit essence. The quality of the Chong Profound Dan that he had chosen was rather poor. This was usually because it was not easy to fuse with, so it was the easiest to see what the origin was. Very quickly he had gained something. He saw 7 source energy from the Chong Profound Dan. One of them was a little messy and blurry. He suspected that it was because he had added in a pill. The other 6 should have 3 high-tier medicinal herbs and 3 low-tier medicinal herbs. They have a lot of raw materials. Qin Xiang memorized the shape of the origin, and he still had to familiarize himself with a large number of sacred medicines before he could lies what kind of ingredients were used. Next, he tried out the Heaven Holy Dan. He discovered that it only used 2 high-quality panacea and 1 low-quality panacea. It used very little raw materials. No wonder it was sold so cheaply. Heaven Holy Danes are able to excavate the potential of their divine power. If I add more, I can also excavate the potential of my fleshly body and strengthen my divine soul. Then I can definitely sell them better than Heaven Holy Danes. Qin Xiang's heart stirred. He had already decided what kind of divine medicine he would add. Who sold Heaven Holy Danes was the son of the divine aura, and Qin Xiang hated the divine aura, so he planned to fight over the business with the divine Han store. Although the divine Han shop was still rather far from here, if his pills were good, he could definitely take away the business of the divine Han store. After an idea came to Qin Xiang's mind, he walked out of the secret room and into the room. Hanging from the top of the room, he opened the door and saw a masked woman knocking on the door, calling out to the crystal ball. Hanging from the top of the room, he opened the door and saw a masked woman knocking on the door, calling out to the crystal ball. Through this crystal ball, he could send a sound transmission to the owner's room on the 7th floor, which was also the supporting equipment for the shop. Qin Xiang channeled his divine power into the crystal ball and heard a familiar voice. "Is anyone here?" Qin Xiang could see her every move clearly from the crystal ball. The lady was Feng Yujie, but she had changed her mask. With a thought, Qin Xiang opened the door from within the crystal ball. After Feng Yujie entered, he controlled the door to be closed. It was extremely convenient. "I'm on the 7th floor." Qin Xiang sent a sound transmission to Feng Yujie, and then he went to the guest hall just as he was thinking to have LV Chilean practice. He did not expect Feng Yujie to actually find him here. Feng Yujie came up very quickly, and upon entering the hall, she immediately took off her mask, revealing a look of displeasure on her face. Feng Yujie pouted and said, "My goodness, you modified my Xingyuan Holy Dan, yet you still didn't tell me." Qin Xiang laughed. "Sister Feng, I was just looking for trouble with you. How did you find me here?" In order to make Feng Yujie happy, Qin Xiang hurriedly poured tea for her. "Someone just bought the shop. I checked and found out it was a woman. I knew it was you." Feng Yujie looked at the pretty good living room and said, "Although this shop is big, the location is still a lot worse. It's a pity that the divine formations and all kinds of facilities are here." Qin Xiang laughed. "It's all right, since Sister Chilean has bought it. She will definitely have a way to manage it, Sister Feng. This time you're not worried about highest old devil." Feng Yujie scoffed. "That bastard was taken away by the Supreme Divine Palace. Fortunately, the 9 Divine Kings left me something in the past that I could contact the Supreme Divine Palace. Tell me honestly, how did you refine your wild dragon, Saint Dan?" Qin Xiang ran to the back of Feng Yujie and played with her smooth and beautiful long hair, laughing. "I just added dragon blood Saint Dan in and refined it, and also obtained a little bit of spirit grain. So I succeeded, but I used the method inside the heavenly alchemy to successfully refine it. Ordinary methods won't work. So if you want to learn, sister, you can only learn heavenly alchemy first. I'll be happy to teach it to you." Qin Xiang was very generous to Feng Yujie because he wanted the younger 9 girls supreme debone, and he felt guilty about it. But Feng Yujie was younger 9 girls' elder sister, so even though some things had happened before, they still had a deep sisterly relations. HI plus P towards each other. "I'm too lazy to do so. The heavenly alchemy is so difficult, it's not that easy to learn." Feng Yujie pushed the hair on his back to the front and hung it over his chest, preventing Qin Xiang from messing around there. Qin Xiang placed both of his hands on Feng Yujie's shoulders and gently kneaded them saging her while laughing. "Sister Feng, you are now the 2nd palace master of Divine Female Palace. Can you lend me some D's money to spend? I'm really lacking right now." Feng Yujie leaned on the chair, enjoying the ma. sage from Chinseong and quietly said, I would like to, but I do not care about God's money, and I did not have much foundation since I have only come up recently. So I do not have much God's money. Even if I wanted to refine God's pill, I would have to buy some medicine. Where's Chilian and Shui? Feng Yujie looked at the direction of the room and asked. They're all out. I don't know where they're going. Chen Xiang rubbed Feng Yujie's shoulder. Looking down, he saw Feng Yujie's proud chest. Even though it was separated by his clothes, he was still unwilling to I plus FT his gaze. Feng Yujie purposely said fiercely, Behave yourself, brat. You've earned so much divine money, and you still want to cheat me of my divine money. You really aren't worth it. Chen Xiang suddenly said to Feng Yujie, Elder sister, please calm your anger. I want to confirm you really aren't being watched by the highest old devil anymore. When Feng Yujie saw that Chen Xiang had sent a sound transmission to her, secretly he knew that Chen Xiang had something important to tell her. If the sound transmission is not accurate, then my divine soul will enter your divine sense world. This will be absolutely safe. Feng Yujie replied. All right, immediately shouted. Last time, a very wonderful thing happened precisely because LV Chilian's divine soul entered his divine sense world. Looking at Chen Xiang's excited expression, Feng Yujie seemed to have guessed something and scolded. Little B, A-S-T-A-R-D, are you thinking wrongly, trying to do something to me in the divine sense world? I'm not afraid of you. Chen Xiang said in an aggrieved manner. Of course not. I really have something important to tell you. Relax, I'll enter your divine sense right now. Feng Yujie said as she opened her palm, only to see a bottle-sized beauty suddenly appearing in her palm. After Chen Xiang saw this, he couldn't help but extend his hand out, wanting to use his fingers to soft that cute little face of hers. Pa! Feng Yujie immediately opened up his assailant and shouted, Don't touch my divine soul. Following that, the divine soul in her palm flew up, transforming into a white light that shot into Chen Xiang's chest, disappearing without a trace. As long as it was a true D, one's divine soul would be able to materialize. So Feng Yujie's divine soul was a mini version of Feng Yujie's just now. Feng Yujie had already appeared in Chen Xiang's divine sense. Chen Xiang's divine sense world looked like he was surrounded by a sea. The originally golden ocean of divine power had already turned blue. This is your divine sense world. It looks very ordinary, so it turns out you've always wanted to live like this. Feng Yujie looked around. Here the sky was blue and white. The waves were accompanied by a cool sea breeze that caressed the beach. On an island, the mountains were clear and the water was beautiful. The forest was green and verdant, and the forest was filled with birds chirping. Multicolored, beautiful flowers were blooming, and the fragrance of flowers was everywhere. Feng Yujie flew over to the stone table and sat down. He was surrounded by a sea of flowers, and there were many turflies dancing with the beautiful chirping of birds in the forest. Divine Sense world reacts to what everyone desires the most in their heart. I never thought that what you desire the most is actually this. Feng Yujie was very surprised with this. She had originally thought that Chen Xiang was a person who had great ambition, but who knew that he would actually yearn for this kind of life, even though it looked pretty good. Chen Xiang shook his head and smiled. These ordinary and carefree days are what I desire the most. It's just that it's not easy to obtain. Right now, I simply cannot stop living like this. I do have a lot of goals, but this is probably the hardest one for me, so I constructed my divine sense world to be like this. Before, Feng Yujie had thought that she understood Chen Xiang a lot, but now that she saw his divine sense world, she knew that she did not truly understand him. Before, Feng Yujie had thought that she understood Chen Xiang a lot, but now that she saw his divine sense world, She knew that she did not truly understand him. I want to see your divine sense, see world. Chun Xiang laughed. But from the looks of it, you won't let me see it. Feng Yujie laughed tenderly. You can take a look if you want, but with your current divine soul, once you enter my divine sense, see world, you will definitely be bullied by me. Divine soul were too weak, and entering a divine sense, see world that was too strong was extremely dangerous. Just like the last time LV Chilian entered Chun Xiang's divine sense, see world. Chun Xiang could do whatever he wanted as long as he wanted. Hurry up and tell me. If you have anything important to say, tell me. Feng Yujie urged. But seeing that Chun Xiang did not immediately answer, with an appearance that he was pretending to be mysterious, Feng Yujie strongly pinched his face. It has to do with the younger 9 girl. The 6 realms mirrors is with me. Chun Xiang was still thinking about how to tell Feng Yujie earlier, so he needed to tidy up a bit. Now that Feng Yujie was pinching his face, it made him feel an endless amount of pain, which was why he roared out loud. Feng Yujie stood up abruptly and shouted in shock. What? Are you speaking the truth? Chun Xiang nodded his head. I'm not lying, I wanted to tell you before, but you were being watched by the highest old devil, and I was worried that I would leak out this matter, so I did not. Then how is she now? Where is she? Feng Yujie was extremely worried for the younger 9 girl. She was the first to ask about the younger 9 girl, not the 6 realms mirrors. She was sent to divine prison by penalty Heavenly G. Odie, penalty Heavenly G. Odie said that it would be the safest place for younger 9 girl, so she was told to temporarily hide inside. Chun Xiang said, Why does highest devil G. Oh, D think that the 6 realms mirrors is with younger 9 girl? What happened? Of course, Feng Yujie could guess that Chun Xiang would definitely be involved in this matter. Chun Xiang then explained everything that had happened, and then he spread out his hands and said, This is what happened. Don't blame me for harming younger 9 girl. I also saved her back then and helped her take her revenge. Snorted. The 6 realms mirrors was obtained by Chun Xiang, but the younger 9 girl had to take the blame for him. They had no choice but to hide in divine prison. I don't know what younger 9 girl owed you in her previous life, but her supreme G. Oh, D-Bone was with you, and the many years she searched for you were also taken away by you. In the end, she had to hide in divine prison, and yet you are here, living a carefree life. Feng Yujie said in an extremely displeased tone. Chun Xiang also felt a little guilty and laughed dryly. Sister Feng, I will make it up to you in the future. Believe me, I have the ability. In fact, I'm not much better off now. I only have 10 years to go to Supreme Divine Palace to partake. 1. P. 8 in the trial, so I'm rather busy right now. Feng Yujie didn't really blame Chun Xiang. At least she knew where the younger 9 girl was. Although the place they were at wasn't exactly right now, it was still very safe. Did you drip your blood into that brand? Feng Yujie said anxiously. Don't you know that if you don't pass this trial, there's a high chance that you'll die? I know, but I think I can do it, even though time is a bit tight. Chun Xiang was extremely confident in himself. Feng Yujie scoffed a little worriedly, stamping her feet on the ground. What do you think you can do? You're a fool. You're in such danger. Why didn't that old B, A-S-T-A-R, D-Devil killing Heavenly G, oh, D stop you back then? They tried to stop me, but I still decided to try. Chun Xiang laughed. Sister Feng, don't worry, I won't waste 9 Divine Kings' Supreme G. Oh, D-Bone was a little angry at the moment, but Devil killing Heavenly G. Oh, D-stopping her was akin to using her life as a joke. She immediately reached out and pinched Chun Xiang's face, causing him to scream out loud like a pig who was being butchered. Because Feng Yujie's divine soul was stronger than Chun Xiang's, it was especially painful when Chun Xiang's divine soul was pinched. Oh yeah, don't tell Sister Qilian and the others about this. I don't seem to be worried about them. Chun Xiang said as he rubbed his aching face. Humph. Feng Yujie only snorted. She then extended her hand out, scaring Chun Xiang, causing him to jump up fiercely. but Feng Yujie still grabbed him and tapped his forehead with her jade finger. Her voice carried a trace of anger. "This is the pill formula to concoct the divine pellet. Go and look for the ingredients yourself." The 2 divine pill formulas appeared in Chen Xiang's mind. It seemed to be related to raising his strength, which made him extremely happy. "Thank you, Sister Feng." Chen Xiang smiled as he pounced over and hugged Feng Yujie, burying his head against her soft chest and rubbing it. Before long, Feng Yujie teleported to another place and scolded, "Brat, trying to take advantage of me. Have you forgotten about the pain just now?" Chen Xiang immediately said, "I was just excited for a moment." "Oh, right, Sister Feng. Can you please pass some of your knowledge to me?" "Come here. Don't get too excited this time." Feng Yujie crooked his fingers at Chen Xiang. After Chen Xiang walked over, his face was strongly pinched by Feng Yujie again, causing him to be in so much pain that he did not dare to approach it. At the same time, a lot of knowledge related to medicinal ingredients appeared in his mind, helping him to decipher those pill formulas. "I'm going back. If you need any help, come find me again. If you want to borrow D's money, then forget about it." Feng Yujie was very clear how terrifying the Supreme Divine Palace's trial was, so she tried her best to help Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang hurriedly nodded, then sent Feng Yujie downstairs. An hour later, LV Qilian and Long Shui returned as well. "Sister Feng came by just now. She has broken away from the highest old devil. In the future, you can go and play with her at any time." When Chen Xiang mentioned Feng Yujie, he couldn't help but rub his face. Although his divine soul had been pinched, at this moment, he felt that his body was hurting as well. "Really? That's great." Feng Yujie treated them very well, as long as they were not borrowing a large amount of divine money. Feng Yujie would generally be willing to help them. "Where did you go?" Chen Xiang asked. "However, Sister Feng is no longer being watched by the highest old devil. We can ask her to look for the whereabouts of her sisters and see if we can gather them," LV Qilian said. Chen Xiang immediately became excited. "That's great, I miss them a lot." Long Shui laughed. "I guess you want to eat their tofu." LV Qilian and Long Shui, who had just returned, went out again in a hurry. She was going to look for Feng Yujie. Chen Xiang obtained knowledge about a lot of medicinal herbs from Feng Yujie and began to analyze the characteristics of the medicinal herbs based on their appearances, so as to fit the heaven holy Dan and the spirit blood. Soon, he had listed more than 20 items. Because he was not sure, he could only buy these herbs first. Then, he would use his source spirit eyes to look through them. After comparing them, he would be able to understand them clearly. When Chen Xiang listed out the names of the medicinal herbs, LV Qilian and Long Shui had already returned. Seeing that their beautiful faces were filled with smiles, Chen Xiang asked, "What's the matter? Why are you smiling so happily?" When Chen Xiang listed out the names of the medicinal herbs, LV Qilian and Long Shui had already returned. Seeing that their beautiful faces were filled with smiles, Chen Xiang asked, "What's the matter? Why are you smiling so happily?" Long Shui said, "Menger and Xian Xian will be back very soon. It's a pity that Warm Moon and Jing Jing met the vermilion bird, so they followed the vermilion bird and left. Otherwise, it would have been even more lively." Dongfang Xinue and Dongfang Jing both had her bloodline in their bodies, so the vermilion bird was very good to them. The two of them had just arrived in the DS realm, so their strength was not strong. "Help me look for these medicinal herbs." "Right, is that enough money?" Chen Xiang asked. The divine money was not in his hands. He did not know how much the two girls spent. "There's still some more, it should be enough." LV Qilian took the paper, and without asking too much, he took Long Shui and left. Chen Xiang did not bother thinking about the divine pellet right now. Although he already had the recipe, refining it was not easy, and he needed a lot of ingredients, especially the completed divine pellets. He now understood why the group of divine pellets would need so many when competing with each other to concoct the divine pellet. The pills Foam Yujia had given him were all formulas from Shopping Dan S, but the final product of a holy pellet was extremely shocking, much less the high-grade divine pellets that the pill God had given him. Heaven, Holy Dan, can't add dragon blood, Saint Danin. Although dragon blood Saint Dan strengthened the body, the blood aura is too strong, and it might not match the medicine inside the Heaven Holy Dan, and it will affect the effect. Chun Xiang was currently thinking about how to improve the Heaven Holy Dan. Tyrant's Cloud Ear. This is a high-grade divine medicine, and it's a relatively mild medicine, but it's rather rare. After Chun Xiang carefully studied a large amount of divine medicine, he decided to add this kind of divine medicine. It was said that once a child of a few years old ate it, he would have the strength of 10,000 jin. Furthermore, as his body grew, the medicinal strength would constantly be released, forming a wooden ear. But it was jade white in color, mainly growing on the peaks that entered the clouds. Sometimes it would fly along with the clouds, jumping onto other mountains, so it was called the Tyrant Body Cloud Ear. As for the Chong Profound Dan, he had yet to decipher the recipe, and it was somewhat difficult because a pill was added within. If he was able to determine which types of ingredients the Chong Profound Dan was refined from, he would be able to roughly guess what kind of pill was added to it. LV Chilian and Long Xue returned in the evening. They had gone for so long, they must have been running around everywhere. We have finally found them all. Some of the stores don't even have anything, so we have no choice but to run to the other divine city. Long Xue took out a jade box and placed it in front of Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang smiled. Thank you for your hard work. You will recover after this period of time. LV Chilian nestled beside him and said gently, What do we care about this? You are the one who has the hardest time of all. Long Xue said softly, We have almost used up all of the divine money. The main thing is that we used the most to buy the Chong Profound Dan. 500,000 per pellet. We bought 10 pellets, and the quality is still not good. Chun Xiang laughed. Don't worry, we will have some divine money again soon. Let's wait for me to bring out the recipe for the Heaven Holy Dan. He first asked LV Chilian to copy one of the 20 types of holy medicines he had bought, then took out the pill furnace and placed each and every one of them into the furnace to be refined. His main purpose was to use his spirit essence to examine the spirit blood to see if it could match the ones he had seen from the Heaven Holy Dan. Very quickly, he found the same bloodline shapes as the Heaven Holy Dan and inner spirit blood among the 20 different divine medicines. The Chong Profound Dan must have added the white profound holy pellet, which is worth around 50,000 gold coins. It's a mid-grade holy pellet, which can mainly produce weak, mysterious power. Chun Xiang already knew which 6 types of medicinal ingredients the Chong Profound Dan would use to refine it, so he could already tell what kind of sacred pill the Chong Profound Dan had added to make it. Chun Xiang asked, How much money do you have left? Do you still have enough to buy the Tyrant Body Clouds? LV Chilian took out a storage bag and said, I still have 500,000, that's enough to buy. Chun Xiang nodded his head, Go and buy it. We don't have much G. Oh, D's money now. We can only rely on duplicating the required medicinal herbs. With that, he laughed sinisterly, looked at LV Chilian, because he needed to dual cultivate to create the extremely powerful purple spirit pearl, causing LV Chilian to spew out information as he pulled Long Xue and left. The Heaven Holy Dan's medicinal herbs are already considered cheap, to actually be able to sell for 100,000 gold coins. My improved ones should be able to sell for 150,000 gold coins. The 2 Shangpin Holy Dan S required a total of only 50,000 spirit stones. Although the congealed holy flower and the golden plum blossom blood THOR NYGRA S are high-grade holy medicines. They're the cheaper ones, and adding the low-grade flowerless holy fruits, it would at most be 60,000 spirit stones. If it was the previous price, it would only be 30 to 20,000, and growing them yourself would be even cheaper. After Chen Xiang obtained the knowledge of the medicinal herbs that Feng Yujie had set down to him, he understood all of this very well. At night, LV Qilian and Long Shui returned and bought the Tyrant Body Cloud ear. When Chen Xiang took it over, he wanted to enter the secret room to refine pills, but after thinking about it, it was already nighttime, so he had to do what he needed to do at night. Moreover, he wanted to get more of those purple spirit pearls, so that he could quickly copy a large amount of medicinal ingredients. Chen Xiang woke up and took 2 breaths of the remaining fragrance of his wonderful body. He hastily dressed, only to see LV Qilian using the purple spirit pearl to copy the medicinal ingredients. He had told LV Qilian last night how many medicinal ingredients he wanted to copy, and LV Qilian had started doing this very early. A purple spirit bead could turn a high-quality medicine into 4, but a copy of the low and middle-quality medicine would only need to be refined by them. The Heaven, Holy Dan's medicinal ingredients are here. There are now 50 of them. LV Qilian pointed to a storage bag. Why are there so many? Chen Xiang was a little surprised. 1 purple pearl can produce 10 copies, which should be considered to be a middle-level divine medicine. The Tyrant Body Cloud ear is more normal and can only be changed to 4. In total, it used up half of my purple pearls. LV Qilian said. Chen Xiang chuckled. Don't worry, if we stay together for a few more days, we will have a lot of purple pearls. Long Shui curled his lips and said, Quickly refine the pill, otherwise Big Sister Qilian would not let you give birth to the little pearl. I need enough divine money to collect the materials for the divine pill. I'd better not waste any more time right now and grab some time to get some divine money. Chen Xiang entered the secret room and started refining pills. In his opinion, Wild Dragon Saint Dan were much harder to refine than Heaven Holy Dan, so refining Heaven Holy Dan would definitely be very easy. Of course, the improved Heaven Holy Dan would be named as Body Dan. The first furnace took a relatively long time because he needed to solve the problem of fusing the Tyrant Body Cloud ear and the other medicinal herbs. In the end, he could only use the method of carving a spirit grain to perfectly fuse them. If it was not perfect, the refined pill would allow him to see the spirit blood S inside, just like those Heaven Holy Dan S and Chong Profound Dan S that he had seen through with a spirit essence. Just as Chen Xiang had expected, when he used the original source refining, he was able to easily fuse the S and the Heaven Holy Dan's original medicinal ingredients together and successfully formed 4 pellets. Just as Chen Xiang had expected, when he used the original source refining, he was able to easily fuse the S and the Heaven Holy Dan's original medicinal ingredients together and successfully formed 4 pellets. Body Dan, if the effect of this kind of pill is as I expected, then it can at least be sold for 150,000 gold coins, or even 200,000 gold coins. When Chen Xiang finished refining the pill, he took the 4 pellets and walked out of the secret room. Long Shui and LV Qilian were cultivating their alive, slain method in their room, refining the spirit liquid. At the same time, they were waiting for Chen Xiang to come out, because sometimes Chen Xiang needed them to do something. Hearing the sound of the secret room's stone door opening, LV Qilian and Long Shui immediately started cultivating, while Chen Xiang had already arrived beside the bed in Pa's. Said over to Body Dan, smiling, This is called Body Dan. Let's see how its effect is. LV Qilian took it and looked at it carefully. This Body Dan looked like a milky white jade pearl. It did not have any light on its surface, unlike how the Wild Dragon Saint Dan released beautiful blue light. LV Qilian swallowed the Body Dan and immediately felt the medicinal power in her body quickly spreading out. She anxiously used the cultivation technique she was training in to guide the medicinal power to circulate in her body, fusing it with her flesh and blood. The Body Dan's medicinal power was split into 2 parts. One part was the divine sense C that rushed into her, causing the divine power in her divine sense C to change and increase by a little, while the other part was spread out evenly throughout her body following her cultivation technique, Nori's. I, plussing her muscles and bones, strengthening them somewhat. Not bad. Its effect is much better than the Heaven Holy Dan. After LV Chilean finished his cultivation, he opened his eyes with a satisfied smile on his face. I didn't expect that the higher-ups of the God power would be more powerful than the Heaven Holy Dan. After Long Shui ate it, she did not sense any great changes to her body. That was because her physical body was very strong to begin with, and her soul was also very special. All right, then I will start the large-scale refining. You guys go and buy the White Profound Holy Lotus. The White Profound Holy Lotus is used to refine the White Profound Holy Pellet. After I finish refining the Body Dan, I need to start connecting the Chong Profound Dan. Chun Xiang instructed as he rushed into the secret room and continued refining the Body Dan. He had already successfully improved the Heaven Holy Dan and changed it to have an even better effect, allowing the Body Dan to be successfully refined as well. The following Chong Profound Dan also needed to be improved, and this was also the most difficult part, because the Chong Profound Dan were already very complicated to refine and still needed to add a medium-grade, White Profound Holy Pellet. When upper True G. D wanted to become a Profound G. D, he could also transform it into a mysterious power based on his cultivation method and absorb the divine spirit energy. However, it would take a very long time before he could obtain enough mysterious power to break through into the next realm. If one ate a few Chong Profound Dan, they would be able to greatly increase their speed, quickly acquire mysterious power, and then break through the bottleneck. Therefore, if Chun Xiang wanted to improve the Chong Profound Dan now, he had to start from here and add the sacred medicine that could give birth to mysterious power S, allowing the Chong Profound Dan to produce more mysterious power S. Chong Profound Dan was one of the 4 great sacred pills, and only a few pill GODS had this pill formula. Although some of these pill DS had already set it down to their disciples, there were not many of these pills, and the effects of the Chong Profound Dan were already very strong. Chun Xiang could directly create the Chong Profound Dan, but he needed to prove his item. 1. Taiwan selling it. If he could not tell them the origins of the Chong Profound Dan-S pill formula, then he would be deemed as stealing the pill formula. The consequences would be severe, and he would be punished by the pill DS who own the formula. Of course, he could let these pill DS know that he had the ability to decipher the pill formulas, so he had to improve. What he refined were not Chong Profound Dan-S, but rather the effects of the Chong Profound Dan-S. If I add them again, I can only add the Jade Origin Sacred Fruit and the Profound Sky Sacred Leaf. These 2 are both relatively rare high-grade divine medicines, and they are also of the mild-mannered type. If I use the original source refining to refine them, I will definitely be able to fuse them into the Chong Profound Dan-S. Chun Xiang was a little worried, but he felt that if the effect was twice that of the Chong Profound Dan, then there would definitely be people who would buy it, since there were not many Chong Profound Dan left. This was not a good time for those who wanted to buy the Holy Elixir, because the price would skyrocket in the pill D's tournament. However, there was nothing they could do about it. When they needed it, they could only buy it. For alchemists who made money from refining pills, this was a good time because the pills in his hands could be sold at a very high price at this time. Therefore, Chun Xiang wanted to make a huge profit by refining the Holy Elixir at this stage. After the compet, 1. Tie-in with the other pill DS over, the price of the Holy Elixir would drop again. Chun Xiang, who was in the midst of refining pills, had his soul float out and send a sound transmission to Long Shui and LV Chilean, telling them to use up their last bit of divine money just to buy the Jade Origin, Holy Fruit, and the Profound Sky Sacred Leaf. The Profound Sky Sacred Leaf can directly grow into a heavenly sacred tree. The leaves are all the same big, but the leaves are useful. When the time comes, I'll need a lot of spiritual beads to make this tree grow. Chun Xiang told LV Chilean all of these so that she could buy it and not copy it using the same method she did before, and so that its leaves could take root and grow into trees. The heavenly profound tree wouldn't grow very big. It could be grown indoors when it was fully matured, but it would take a long time for it to grow from a leaf to a tree. If the spiritual bead was used as fertilizer, it could quickly grow to maturity. Qin Xiang continued to refine Body Dan. If they had a shop, they wouldn't be able to sell only one type of pill, so he would have to refine a few good ones and make these holy pills famous. 10 days later, Qin Xiang finished refining all the ingredients. He had obtained a total of 200 Body Dan pills. He opened the stone door and walked out of the secret room, but saw 2 people that he had missed for many years. Wu Qianqian and Hua Xiangyue were actually here. Qin Xiang was pleasantly surprised. When he came back from divine prison, he had not seen them, and it had been a long time since they had parted ways with Qin Xiang. It was because Qin Xiang had lost 5,000 years of time, and they had not. Hua Xiangyue was still as charming as before, and her entire body emitted an enchanting aura which could captivate one's soul. Yet despite being together with Wu Qianqian for so many years, she was still able to maintain the kind of elegant and simple temperament which was completely different from Hua Xiangyue's. The 2 of them wore light purple cheongsam, and although they had smiles on their faces, their beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Qin Xiang immediately dashed over and hugged the 2 girls tightly. He breathed in the familiar scent of their bodies and tightly hugged onto their soft and warm bodies, conveying the yearning he had for them from the depths of his heart. Qin Xiang and the 2 girls embraced each other for a while. Then they heard Hua Xiangyue's coquettish voice sound out, "All right, little scoundrel, there's still something important to say." Qin Xiang and the 2 girls embraced each other for a while. Then they heard Hua Xiangyue's coquettish voice sound out, "All right, little scoundrel, there's still something important to say." It was only then that Qin Xiang saw that LV Qilian and Long Shui were also here. It must be because of the memory that they had left behind that had helped, allowing them to find Hua Xiangyue and Wu Qianqian. "What's the matter?" Qin Xiang could not bear to let them go. Hua Xiangyue and Wu Qianqian both held onto Qin Xiang's arms, pulling him to a chair for him to sit down. They also knew how hard it was for Qin Xiang to refine pills. After Qin Xiang sat down, Hua Xiangyue and Wu Qianqian also sat opposite to him. It was only now that Qin Xiang realized that Flower Fragrance and Wu Qianqian both had the strength of DS, which was pretty good, at least a little higher than his cultivation. Hua Xiangyue saw that Qin Xiang's eyes were staring at her and laughed. "When we came to the DS realm, we went to look for the Dan Emperor, and we received his inheritance. Who knows?" Then she sighed softly, a trace of sadness on her face. "I didn't know that he had already died. I didn't expect that after that generation of Dan Emperor, he would end up like this after coming to the DS realm." Wu Qianqian said with a depressed mood, "He can be considered our master. We received his inheritance, and it will be of great help to us in the area of alchemy." Qin Xiang respected the Dan Emperor very much from the bottom of his heart. He did not expect that after the Dan Emperor came to the DS realm, he would actually die. Hua Xiangyue's voice was filled with anger as he said, "He was once enslaved by Fengshen for a period of time to refine pills." Qin Xiang clenched his fist tightly. This actually had something to do with Fengshen. The ice dragon was now being enslaved by the D of Fortune, and this was also the fate of the Dan Emperor. Wu Qianqian, who looked very relaxed at first, said indignantly, "Senior Dan Emperor?" Because he wanted to save the ice dragon, the D of Fortune caught him and gave him a reward. In the end, to die tragically at the hands of a D is to be tortured to death. Long Shui was even more furious. Dan Emperor had a good relations. I+P with her before because the consequences of saving the ice dragon were so tragic that she wished to immediately rush to Wealth Divine Palace to save him. Qin Xiang took a deep breath. I will definitely save the ice dragon and help Dan Emperor take revenge. LV Chilian said, Fengshin Sun is here. This guy is also selling pills at the medicine store. This guy is also not a good person. Qin Xiang nodded her head. At that time, I will ruthlessly suppress his shop so that he won't be able to sell even a single pill. Hua Xiangyue said softly, It's been so long since we've met, we shouldn't be saying all this. Right? The Dan Emperor's inheritance is actually related to the heavenly alchemy. That's because of his comprehension of the heavenly alchemy, so Qianqian and I are also learning the heavenly alchemy. Wu Qianqian said, Back then, Qin Xiang Pa S said the depurification down to me. After I comprehended it myself and learned the Dan Emperor's heavenly alchemy, I improved even more. Qin Xiang was overjoyed and said, This can't be the best. I am also a student of the heavenly alchemy. During this period of time, I will Pa S on my cultivation experience to you guys. Originally, Shui and I were going to buy the heavenly profound sacred leaves and the jade origin sacred fruit, but we ran into Qianqian and Xiangyue. They had these two medicinal ingredients, so we were left with a divine sum of money. After LV Chilian finished speaking, he looked at Qin Xiang with an ambiguous gaze and chuckled. I've already said the alive slain method to them. In these 10 days of Qin Xiang cultivating in seclusion, Hua Xiangyue and Wu Qianqian had already learned a lot of things about Qin Xiang from Long Shui's mouth, but they did not seem to know that the most powerful usage of a live slain method was merely dual cultivation. Qin Xiang secretly praised LV Chilian in his heart, as expected of his palace master. Are both body Dan refined using the heavenly alchemy? What method do you need to refine the sacred pills for these pill recipes? You don't seem to follow the steps in the recipes to refine them. Wu Qianqian looked at the wild dragon Saint Dan that was given to her by LV Chilian. She only found out about the effects from LV Chilian's mouth and did not eat them. She also knew that Qin Xiang could refine 4 pills in a single furnace, which was quite shocking because any pellet with a recipe could only be made in 1 furnace. After I comprehended the depurification, I also comprehended many types of refining methods from the heavenly alchemy. I will teach you all this one by one, but it's best if you use your soul to communicate. Qin Xiang said, LV Chilian taught them the alive, slain method this way too, so they could understand now that it was equivalent to fusing memories. Qianqian, you go first. Although it looked like his smile was normal, both Hua Xiangyue and LV Chilian, who were familiar with him, knew what Qin Xiang was planning to do now. She had been together with Wu Qianqian for so many years, so she was very clear on just how deep Wu Qianqian's relations, H.I.+P. with him was. However, she had only kissed him once. Yes. Wu Qianqian smiled and nodded. Then he walked over and held her hand as he walked in. Wu Qianqian and Qin Xiang met each other at the supermartial school. At the beginning, there was a little conflict between the two, but at that time, the two never thought that they would come to the ODS realm. They had experienced a lot in the past few years, especially Wu Qianqian. After Qin Xiang and Wu Qianqian entered the Sias room, he did not begin to S down the heavenly alchemy to Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian sat on the side of the bed, her head slightly lowered, her cheeks flushed red. At this time, there were only the two of them. Wu Qianqian naturally understood what was going to happen. Qianqian. Qin Xiang also sat down and spread the news. Her 2 hands gently held Wu Qianqian's jade face, causing her to slightly raise her head and looked straight into her beautiful eyes. Yes, Wu Qianqian replied softly, then opened her pink lips slightly, uncontrollably moving her sweet lips closer to him. However, Qin Xiang's speed was even faster than hers. He grabbed onto her slender waist and held onto her fragrant lips, and as the two silently kissed, they dragged their clothes along as they quickly indulged in the sweetest and happiest moment between a man and woman. Outside the room, Long Shuai, LV Chilian, and Hua Xiangyue looked at each other. They seemed to be embarrassed, said, as if they all knew that Qin Xiang wasn't transferring martial arts to them. Long Shuai suddenly said, "Do you guys want a peek?" LV Chilian laughed, somewhat embarrassed. Said Li, "What's there to peek at?" Hua Xiangyue smiled charmingly. "The technique transmission is obviously not good to look at, but the technique transmission, the other thing, is different. Not only is it beautiful, it's also very happy." LV Chilian's jade face reddened. She never thought that Hua Xiangyue would actually say these things. She did not tell Hua Xiangyue about the matter of her and Chen Xiang's cultivation. But now that Hua Xiangyue had said it like this, she seemed to have realized something. Hua Xiangyue did not continue. She could tell that LV Chilian did not want to talk about the relations H.I plus P between her and Qin Xiang, and with her sharp senses, she could tell that the relations H.I plus P between Chen Xiang and her had developed to a very close state. She did not know that Chen Xiang and LV Chilian had become very close very early on, so she thought that Qin Xiang and LV Chilian had improved greatly in the GODS realm. Hua Xiangyue did not continue. She could tell that LV Chilian did not want to talk about the relations H.I plus P between her and Qin Xiang, and with her sharp senses, she could tell that the relations H.I plus P between Qin Xiang and her had developed to a very close state. She did not know that Qin Xiang and LV Chilian had become very close very early on, so she thought that Qin Xiang and LV Chilian had improved greatly in the GODS realm. They still need some time to pass on their skills. Let's go out and take a look. Hua Xiangyue laughed. LV Chilian nodded, stood up with Long Shuai, and took him away from the empty store. While Chen Xiang and Wu Qianqian were drunk in their room, Menger and Xian Xian have returned. They should be inside the snake divine female palace. At this time, she brought Long Shuai into a tea house near a river. They were in a private room on the 3rd floor, drinking tea and watching the red flowers blossom on the riverside. Hua Shen looked at the tallest building in the distance and said, "That's the divine female palace. Big Sis Chilian, why didn't you join the divine female palace at the time? You can come out if you don't want to stay in there anymore. Big Sis Feng had promised me that back then." LV Chilian gave a slight smile and shook his head. "Didn't you and Qianqian not join as well? You two are now pill saints and are extremely important to divine female palace." Long Shuai did not enjoy the scenery, nor did she speak, because she was constantly placing delicious snacks into her mouth. Although the snacks here were not beneficial to cultivation, they were extremely cheap and delicious, which made her order a lot. Seeing Long Shuai eat so much, LV Chilian and Hua Xiangyue looked at each other and laughed. Although Long Shuai called them big sisters, they knew that Long Shuai was much older than them. Hua Xiangyue said, "I had originally wanted to join the divine female palace as well, but after thinking about it later, I decided to travel for a period of time before making a decision. Thus, Qianqian and I will head out to train, and in the end, we will enter the path of spirit together." LV Chilian looked at the divine female palace in the distance who had been devoured by the clouds and said, "Divine female palace is right there. You can go there now if you wish to. For outstanding women, going there is the best choice." Hua Xiangyue laughed. "Sister Chilian, if you have something to say, just say it. Even though I haven't been with you for a long time, I'm not stupid, and you used to be the 100-blossom emperor." LV Chilian smiled sweetly. "Xiangyue, looks like you understand me quite well. Back then, when Chen Xiang was still a fart brat, I could already tell that he would have great accomplishments in the future. Thus, at that time, I had already relied on him. Sister Chilian, to be honest, if we have something big to do, we can't do it with this brat Qin Xiang. He will only stir up trouble, but you can. Hearing Hua Xiangyue say that, LV Chilian was overjoyed. He did not beat around the bush and said seriously, Xiangyue, are you willing to do big things with me? Hua Xiangyue laughed tenderly. Of course I'm willing. I'm only waiting for you to ask. If I join you, Qian will follow me. Long Shui, who was eating, let out an unclear voice. I also want to join, and let me be an elder. The dragon subduing school that little scoundrel Qinxiang made is gone. Just like that, my elder is also gone too. LV Chilian smiled and nodded. Of course we can. In the future, we will have even more sisters who will join us. Hua Xiangyue looked at the mighty divine female palace, charmingly licked her lips and laughed. Sister Chilian, how about we annex this divine female palace in the future? LV Chilian suddenly said in a serious tone, there is something wrong with this divine female palace because I was unable to find anything related to the divine female palace's palace master. It has always been very mysterious. But now I have to nurture the successor and also have Sister Feng as the successor. Seeing LV Chilian's expression, Hua Xiangyue curiously asked, Sister Chilian, you said before that you almost joined the divine female palace. Did you do a thorough investigation to find out what it was? I can't find anything, but there are some strange things. The way this divine female palace's hall master managed the divine female palace during the early stages is completely different from the way things are right now. LV Chilian said, in the early days, the divine female palace developed very quickly because they adopted a very effective management plan. However, in the later stages of development, it became slow and there were also many big mistakes, which caused the divine female palace to not be able to reach the top. It's also because of the late stage that divine female palace had a lot of outstanding and powerful Jiudesses. That's why divine female palace did not have a good successor, and suddenly went to find Sister Feng to take over. It's reasonable to say, as long as we use the way we manage the early stages, the late stage of divine female palace would not make so many mistakes. When Long Shui heard this, he quickly chewed on it and swallowed the dim sum. Then he said, divine female palace's palace master may have already been controlled, just like that G.O.D. of Fortune. I heard that the G.O.D. of Fortune wasn't that kind of scoundrel before, but his personality changed greatly afterwards. LV Chilian nodded his head. If it's really the same situation as the G.O.D. of Fortune, then I have to get Menger and the rest to withdraw from the divine female palace as soon as possible. Maybe there is some power that has already secretly changed the hall masters of the divine female palace. She had just found out that the highest devil G.O.D. was in existence like the great G.O.D. level, so this power was more than enough to control the G.O.D.S. The three of them strolled around the G.O.D. city and returned to the shop. They were cultivating together in the live slain method and refining the spirit liquid, because in the future they would need a large amount of spirit liquid to support the shop. Chun Xiang and Wu Qianqian only came out the next morning. When Wu Qianqian came out of his room, he saw that LV Chilian and Hua Xiangyue were both looking at her with that kind of expression, causing her to immediately blush. Sister Chilian, this is for you. Wu Qianqian came to LV Chilian's side with a blush, plussing face, and said softly. Wu Qianqian handed over a jade box to LV Chilian. Inside was 5 purple spirit pearls. If it was both LV Chilian and Chun Xiang who cultivated together, then they would be able to condense more than 10 spirit pearls. LV Chilian smiled lightly, received the purple pearls, and then glared at Qin Xiang, who was giggling by the side. At this time, Qin Xiang was in high spirits. She had already become his woman. Little scoundrel, you've used the skill transmission for so long. Hua Xiangyue scoffed. It's your turn now, little maid. Chun Xiang suddenly pulled Hua Xiangyue over. This seductive spirit was Chun Xiang's first woman and also his female slave. LV Chilian wanted to say something, but seeing how anxious Qin Xiang was, he stopped himself. In a blink of an eye, Chen Xiang brought Hua Xiangyue, who was yelling at the top of her lungs, into the room. In the past day, Hua Xiangyue and Chen Xiang had dual cultivated a live slain method, and also condensed that purple spirit pearl. Now she understood why Wu Qianqian's face had turned red that time, but she did not care. Chen Xiang, I have something to tell you. It's about the divine female palace. L.V. Chilian had always been concerned about this matter, because he had decided whether or not he should hurry up and persuade Lu Menger, Xue Xianxian, and the others to leave the divine female palace. L.V. Chilian had a serious look on his face. Chen Xiang no longer had that mischievous smile on his face and sat down to listen. L.V. Chilian had a serious look on his face. Chen Xiang no longer had that mischievous smile on his face and sat down to listen. The divine female palace mistress has changed someone else. L.V. Chilian told Chen Xiang in detail about the places she found strange. Xue, you once said that the G. Oh, Dia Fortune was like that. His personality changed drastically. Seeing Chen Xiang frown, L.V. Chilian knew that Chen Xiang must have some secret knowledge. She continued, What do you think about this matter? Chen Xiang's expression turned serious. He took a deep breath. We have to call Sister Feng over. Then no matter what, we have to get Elder Sister Menger and the others to quickly withdraw from Divine Female Palace. If necessary, even Sister Feng can't stay in Divine Female Palace. L.V. Chilian suddenly thought of something and asked with a low voice, Is it related to the highest old devil? Since the highest old devil was able to appear in the Divine Female Palace and monitor Feng Yujie, she had to connect the dots. Chen Xiang nodded his head. It is not just highest old devil, so we have to contact Sister Feng quickly and get her to hurry over. Just as he said that, L.V. Chilian disappeared and she went to look for him with her fastest speed. Although Hua Xiangyue and Wu Qianqian did not really understand the truth, they did not ask either, because this kind of thing was not something that they could control. Did not say anything to her. He only said that he had a very important matter to attend to and that his expression was very heavy. After arriving at the guest hall, Chen Xiang asked Feng Yujie to lay down a few layers of enchantment and then indicated to L.V. Chilian that she should tell him about her suspicions towards the Divine Female Palace. After Feng Yujie finished listening, he also frowned slightly. That's right. There were indeed many mistakes in the later stages of Divine Female Palace. I have also, I analyzed these matters before I asked about the palace mistress. She said that it was because the later stages were too busy training. So the elders took care of the Divine Female Palace. Thus such a thing happened. L.V. Chilian said, This is not believable. No matter how foolish she is, she would not do this. If there were one or two mistakes, it would still make sense at most. An attempt would fail, and the method would be used. But the mistake would continue for tens of thousands of years. No matter how busy the Hall Master of Divine Female Palace is, after all these years, she should be able to come up with a plan. Also, what about the elders who left the Divine Female Palace? Many of the famous female DG, DS are from the Divine Female Palace. Their powers are strong, and they have very deep feelings for the Divine Female Palace. They definitely wouldn't leave for no reason. There must be a reason behind it. I think Sister Feng should go and find these elders and ask them why. Feng Yujie's face became gloomy, and after drinking a mouthful of tea, he remained silent for a long time. Everyone did not say anything, and could tell that Feng Yujie was thinking about something. After a long while, Feng Yujie sighed and said, I once secretly went to look for those elders, but could not find a single one. Finally, I asked about the Dan God and found out that a few of the elders had already died, and the whereabouts of the others were unknown. Chen Xiang said, This is already very obvious. There's something wrong with that Hall Master. If not, highest old devil would not have found you so easily. Now that she has let you take over as the Hall Master, she definitely has ill intentions. Feng Yujie was the successor to the 9 divine kings and the 9 heavens Des of the 9 heaven world. Her most important duty was to protect the 9 heavens, and the disappearance of the 9 divine kings all those years ago was related to that power in the highest old devil. Feng Yujie said, I will have Meng Er and the others leave Divine Female Palace as soon as possible. I will stay in Divine Female Palace temporarily. If Hall Master really has any problems at the moment, she does not dare to do anything to me. And if I leave too suddenly, it will make her suspicious. LV Chilian said, You must be careful. I'm worried that you will be like the Hall Master of the Divine Female Palace, used to some extent, and will become a completely different person. Chun Xiang knew what kind of method it was. It was just like the younger 9 girl, where it was not a person at all, but a substitute toot, and it was also very powerful. Can't the Danji? Oh, do you see it? I heard that he has a good relations. HI plus P with the palace master. Long Shui said, Why don't you go and ask him? LV Chilian shook his head. It's best not to do this. If Danji, DE and Hall Master are in the same group, then it would be troublesome, and it's best if we go out and scout first. Feng Yujie nodded. I will go right now. I am more at ease with Danji. D, because her daughter Yi Qin is a good person. If her father has problems as her daughter, she will definitely find out. After saying these important things, Feng Yujie remembered to greet Hua Xiangyue and quickly left. Hua Xiangyue and Wu Qianshan had already gotten the experience that Chun Xiang had imparted to them from the heavenly alchemy, which was how Qin Xiang had used his soul to communicate to them. As such, Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshan had a deep feeling about this. They wanted to try to use Chun Xiang's method to refine the pill. When Chun Xiang cultivated together with the 2 of them, he also had a rough understanding of their specific strength. Their flames were very good, which was enough for him to use those mystical refining techniques. Copy a few of the wild dragon Saint Dan's medicinal ingredients and help them train. Chun Xiang said, We can also get some dragon blood Saint Dan S. When the time comes, we can let them try to refine dragon blood Saint Dan S with spiritual lights. Chun Xiang believed that both Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshan would definitely be able to refine it. Even if it wasn't as good as his, it wouldn't be too far off. If Hua Xiangyue and Hua Xiangyue could successfully master the pill refining skills that Chun Xiang had imparted to them, they would be the pillar of this shop from today onwards. LV Chilian knew very well that Chun Xiang would not stay here for long. It was already very good for a shop to have 2 outstanding alchemists. If the girls who studied pill refining were to join in, then this shop would be able to earn a lot of money from selling these sacred pills. Chun Xiang also helped to copy it. Not long after, a deafening roar could be heard, and Long Shui jumped up when he heard it. It's that old turtle Black Turtle's voice. He's here. Long Shui shouted in shock. Listening to him, he has probably changed into his original body and is even fighting. Chen Xiang hurriedly put down the work at hand. Chilian, stay here and look at Qianshan and Xiangyue. Shui Yi and I will go take a look. In the past, among the 4 sacred beasts, aside from the profound realm, Chen Xiang had seen other types, and this profound realm was very strong, especially in terms of defense. Long Shui had good relations. HI plus P with him. In her eyes, he was a very weird old man. Be careful. LV Chilian nodded. She was not very strong now. Even if she went there, it would be useless. Long Shui and Qin Xiang left the shop through the quick pas sage and rushed towards the direction of the roar. At the same time, a lot of people were also Russ. HI plussing there to watch the show. Black Turtle should have arrived at the DS realm a long time ago. If nothing unexpected happens, his strength might be the same as the green dragon. It seems like he's fighting outside the city. Chun Xiang said, although he could clearly hear the roars, but there were no aftershocks from the battle in Des City.